Good morning, California, and welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's September 11th meeting. I'm Neil Fornashari, and along with Commissioner Sarah Sadwani, will be chairing this meeting. So I will call this meeting to order and ask Alvaro to call the roll, please.
Yes, Chair. 1 second. Here we go.
Sorry, Director Hernandez.
It's all right. I answer to a lot of things. All right. We'll start with Commissioner Ahmed.
Here.
Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamont.
Here.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sanai.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
I am present.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
Here.
Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
And Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Roll call is complete, Chair.
Thank you. Let's see. On this 20th anniversary of 9/11, I want to take a moment to honor the victims and their families, and also to remember the selfless courage exhibited by the first responders and ordinary people in the wake of those attacks, and the bravery of the men and women in our military who continue to fight to keep this nation safe. So please join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Let's see, I want to begin by letting everyone know where the commission is headed at this time. Even though the commission held its final community of interest input meeting yesterday, we still want to encourage the public to continue to provide communities of interest input. You can go to our website at wedrawthelinesca.org. That's www.wedrawthelinesca.org, where you will find the information needed to mail, email, or call in your communities of interest input. Or you can go to drawmycacommunity.org to submit your communities of interest online. All that input comes directly to the commission, and today we will be reviewing a lot of that input. So let's see, today's meeting kind of represents a symbolic transition for the commission from phase 2, collecting communities of interest input, into phase 3 of our journey, which is line drawing. So this morning, we will continue our review of the communities of interest input we've received so far from the remaining zones, which we haven't reviewed yet. And we'll do that throughout the morning. Then this afternoon, we will begin some discussions around how we will undertake the line drawing process. During our next set of meetings on September 15th, 17th, and 18th, we will continue the discussion about line drawing and begin to provide direction to our line drawing team prior to the release of the official redistricting data on September 20th. So I just want to take a minute to let everyone know kind of where we're going at this point in time. So with that, I will turn the meeting over to our line drawing team, Commissioners Anderson and Sadwani, to begin the review of the coin input.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for all that you do. This morning, we are going to begin with this morning's session reviewing COI submissions received through the COI tool for zones A, C, and E. Before we begin, we have our mapping team, Q2 Haystack and Q2 here to lead us through those COI submissions as we have done in other regions. But before we begin, Alvaro, do we have our outreach staff with us to share a little bit about the outreach efforts that have taken place throughout those zones?
I'm checking now. We should have some of the staff here. Let me, yes, we have Ashley, and I know Marcy is available as well.
Very good. I'm not seeing everyone here in my view. Ashley, would you like to lead us through some of the outreach efforts that have occurred in zones A, C, and E?
Good morning, commissioners. Hi, sorry for the delay. So I am the Northern California Field Lead, so I will be talking about zones A and C with you, and Jose Eduardo should be joining momentarily to talk about zone E. So zone A is the northern coastal counties, starting in Sonoma and going up to the Oregon border, including Sonoma, Napa, Lake, Mendocino, Trinity, Humboldt, and Del Norte counties. As I mentioned during my previous report for zones B and D earlier in the week, local chapters of the League of Women Voters have been very supportive in our efforts. I'm sure the other outreach staff will also echo that. In zone A, the Mendocino, Humboldt, and Eureka chapters have all also been very engaged. In zone C, the Bay Area chapters, the Marin County chapters, and the City of Palo Alto chapter have all been very responsive. And all these leagues and more continue to share information about the commission and ways to participate in the redistricting process. In zone A specifically, which again is the northern coastal counties, our outreach team has been successful in connecting with the political based clubs there. Both the Democratic and Republican clubs have been very active in sharing our information and participating in the COI meetings. They are very responsive with the emails and have been great to work with. Outreach has also been focused on engaging local governments, including all the county board of supervisors in zone A and many of the city governments there as well. Stakeholders in the Native American communities have also been connected with, including the Elk Valley Rancheria and the, I'm very sorry if I pronounce this wrong, but the Taladini Nation at one of their tribal council meetings. Our support staff, Vanessa, was also able to help connect with the Northern California Association of Nonprofits who serve Humboldt, Del Norte, and Trinity counties. And as staff had done with numerous stakeholders, she prepared draft email language for them to distribute to their network with background on the commission, ways to participate in the process, and ideas of how to help spread the word. We have also made an effort to outreach with the Latino community throughout Zone A, reaching out to Nuestra Alonso de Willett, Paso y Paso, Bolu Center, and Corazon Healdsburg. Water agencies, stakeholders in the lumber industry, and environmental groups for the rivers and forests there have also been contacted. We recognize that those are factors of large importance to that area, so we made sure to engage these stakeholders. Many faith-based organizations have also been reached out to, as well as chambers of commerce, senior centers, and Rotary clubs. For Zone C, which is considered the Bay Area zone, there has been a tremendous amount of outreach across the various counties. Those counties include Alameda, Contra Costa, Marin, San Francisco, San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Solano. When I started in my role as the field lead, I was able to reconnect with the head of the Alameda County Complete Count Committee that was for the census, who I was able to work with in my previous role. She has continued to share our information on our COI meetings and other ways to participate in the redistricting process with her contacts. Similarly, census leads for all the counties in Zone C were contacted, and many were able to either pass along our information or provide suggestions on other stakeholders. All the county boards are regularly updated with upcoming COI meeting information about the COI tool, and ways to spread the word, and more recently, the redistricting access centers. The Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors frequently shares our flyers in the newsletters. The Zone C is very large and has many cities, and staff were successful in contacting every single mayor, council member, and city manager for all the cities and towns in Zone C. We have also tried to get contact information for any advisory council or community group within the unincorporated areas as well. Many were able to share our CRC posts on social media with their networks and constituents to further spread CRC outreach efforts, including the cities of Richmond, Oakland, Sunnyvale, Livermore, Oakley, Lafayette, Pleasant Hill, Hayward, and more. There is a thriving nonprofit sector in the Bay Area, many of which are actively involved with the redistricting efforts on all levels of government. We were able to work together with the Thrive Alliance of Nonprofits in San Mateo County, as well as the Silicon Valley Council of Nonprofits in Santa Clara County. Actera, a nonprofit focused on fighting climate change, has also been great to work with and has shared our emails with their staff and posts on social media. The Silicon Valley Community Foundation has shared our info with their grantees. I have made connections with numerous nonprofits in Oakland, such as the East Oakland Collective, Oakland Rising, and the East Oakland Youth Development Center. We have also connected with the Meals on Wheels organization for each of the counties in Zone C and the Alameda County Food Bank, who plays a very active advocacy role there. I have made sure to outreach to community foundations, community action clubs, and other more localized civic engagement groups. We have also reached out to the Sikh community in Fremont, which is one of the most well-known Gurdwaras in the world, and the members are our active community leaders and volunteers. We are still connecting with other Sikh communities throughout the zone, and most recently reached out to a Gurdwara in San Francisco. I have also made an effort to talk with stakeholders in the Afghan community in Fremont, which has the largest Afghan population in the United States. Other ethnicity-based outreach has included the Latino community with the Latino Community Foundation and Silicon Valley Latinos, Pacific Islanders with the Samoa Initiative, which is part of the San Francisco Unified School District, the Asian community, examples including Asian Americans Advancing Justice and Chinese for Affirmative Action. We have also connected with the Office of Civic Engagement and Immigrant Affairs in San Francisco. For the education sector, we contacted the various ethnic, cultural, and civic engagement clubs at Mills College in Oakland. We do plan to outreach to more university clubs as more schools are starting the new school year. We will also look into partnering with K-12 school districts to further promote the redistricting curriculum and ways students and families can participate in the process. Additionally, in Zone C, most of the chambers of commerce in the area have been contacted at least once, and many senior centers as well. We will continue doing outreach with them and identify additional entities we haven't contacted yet, because Zone C is massive and incredibly diverse. So we are continuing to do outreach with sectors and stakeholders there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley. I see Jose Eduardo has joined us. Jose, was there anything more that you wanted to add?
Yeah, I can add my report on outreach for Zone E.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you, Chair. So just briefly report about the outreach efforts that's been happening on Zone E. Our team, which includes Marlene, support staff, and myself, have worked extensively in our public outreach to be inclusive and representative of all Californians to our Central Coast regions, which is a combined population of over 2.3 million people, stretching from Ventura and Santa Barbara counties to the coastlines of San Luis Obispo, Monterey, Santa Cruz counties, and slightly inland county of San Benito. So with these 6 counties to collaborate with, we strategically established relationships with each of them. And we've reached out to all cities in each of those counties, community centers in rural communities, and the county and city government and entities, including cities, including various departments and local agencies, such as public libraries, school districts, public servants, health departments, and community-based organizations. And at the beginning of the outreach effort, we were able to reach out to the Ventura County Public Library, which they helped us by sharing our message with local chapters. And this then transitioned to good partnerships with and good participation from residents of Ventura County. And that's true for the first statewide meetings that we had. And for our July 22nd of 2021 COI meetings in Zone E, we apply our lessons learned on previous COI meetings to have a more successful participation. So we learned that in order to successfully reach all of our contacts that we had in our database, we needed at least a 2-week time frame to outreach. And our outreach efforts targeted local government entities, Chamber of Commerce, businesses associations, local media, and nonprofit organizations that cater to the general public. But we also targeted to specific organizations that focused on specific demographic groups, such as the Mixteco Indígena Community Organizing Project, MICOP, and the Central Coast Alliance United for Sustainable Economy. And again, with the help of the support staff, Marlene and we were able to quickly establish relationships with local government entities and local media outlets. So that gave us a lead advantage. And our team made sure that to contact all mayors and city managers so that they could receive updates from our commission, keeping in mind that they are all having their own efforts at the local level. At the county level, clerks to the Board of Supervisors were responsible for bringing up our meetings to the official agendas and share with their officials as well, and of course with the general public. So that partnership really helped us to remind local leaders about not only their redistricting efforts, but also about the state redistricting efforts and how important it also is. We also were able to work with local government officials such as the City of Thousand Oaks, City of Arroyo Grande, staff from the Ventura County Board of Supervisors and the Monterey Board of Supervisors. They were key partners in helping us with outreach efforts by sharing our events to their contacts with local media, but also to their constituents. And that was very important because we learned that when the messaging came from people from the community, that made a bigger impact than coming from maybe not a stranger at the beginning, but then as we built relationship, they were able to trust our messaging as well. Another instrumental partner that we made at the beginning of outreach efforts in Zone E was the KAZU, which is an NPR member radio station. They were key partners and they were very flexible in allowing us to create a 30-second PSA to promote our July 22nd and August 27th COI meetings. So that was very significant because it targeted a larger audience and a general audience as well. The continuous conversations with stakeholders has allowed us to learn of new partnerships and unique approaches to engaging different communities as well. We learned in the previous COI meetings that community calendars and social media platforms were effective to target different audiences. For example, with social media, you target a different generation, whereas in the community calendars, you are also targeting a more older generation as well. And so those were key to understand. And with that, we learned those things through communicating with local community members as well and local leaders. Newsletters from community partners were also effective. This action came predominantly from the Chamber of Commerce and Farm Bureaus. At the beginning, we had no idea that the release or newsletters were sent out as we were targeting large amounts of organizations. So through dialoguing with their staff, we realized that these partners sent out either a weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly newsletter, which was really helpful. And in some cases, when we had missed a newsletter, many partners would be flexible enough to send their members a mass email with our information. So that was very helpful, and it also encouraged us to continue making those phone calls and building that relationship with those partners. And in other instances, partners committed to a social media post, which also targeted a different audience and members that at sometimes would reach to 1,000 people, right? So that they are trusted voices of their communities, and they have larger audiences as well. And the San Luis Obispo Chamber of Commerce was instrumental in connecting us with other community partners and sharing our events. So that was really helpful as well, and very encouraging. And with Marlene on board, as I mentioned at the beginning, we were able to increase our networks and add veterans and environmental organizations to our outreach lists. Organizations such as the Sierra Club, Veterans for Peace, and Buen Vecino. And then our continuous work, for Zone E, we are still, our list is still growing, and we hope that we understand that there are many communities that are still learning about the redistricting process, and we hope to increase our networks as well and partners, and so that we can continue spread the redistricting efforts that is happening at the state level. A challenge for our team during the outreach process for Zone E was that the community members and the community in general were fatigued of Zoom meetings, and considering that we unfortunately had to offer Zoom meetings as an alternative, many were fatigued for that matter. So as soon as the state gradually opened, families resumed their summer vacations, and that was one of the biggest challenges that we found as well. As I mentioned in my previous report, many of our emails were replied back with saying we're on vacation and we'll be back at a later time. But then it was great that they would send those emails, because then we would contact the people that they would refer us to or reference to, and we would have our message across as well. And most of the time we were leaving voicemails as well. And with understanding that we needed at least a 2-week lead to outreach to these organizations, they were able to call us back either the day off or 2 days before the event, and they were still able to receive that information. So those were some of the challenges, but it's only, I believe, has been very active in the redistricting process, keeping in mind that they also have, as I mentioned, their local, their city and county redistricting efforts as well. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much to both of you for all of your efforts. I see some questions. Commissioner Kennedy.
Not a question. Again, I want to recognize the phenomenal work done by staff, to thank them for everything they've done, and to continue to encourage management to keep us better updated so that we can enjoy the successes that our staff are having, even if only vicariously. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we all share your gratitude and excitement for all of the incredible work that the outreach staff has, and all of the staff that has been doing over the course of these several months. It's been really incredible. If there are no other questions or comments, I'm going to hand this over to our mapping team. I believe Andrew and Tamina are going to take it away and give us a tour of zones A, C, and E.
Great. Thank you, commissioners. Yeah, we are talking about the 20 counties and zones ACE today, this morning, and Tamina is just going to give us a tour. Again, the counties that we're talking about and the COI submissions that we are demonstrating, just a reminder, it's going to be what has been submitted through the COI tool. This is now up on, some of this is now, or all of it is up on the Airtable, so that on the database. So we have that available, but this is everything that was submitted through the COI tool through September 1st. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Tamina to give us this tour. Thank you.
Thanks very much, everybody. Good morning, Commission. Good morning, California. We will be visiting regions A, C, and E today. So this is the coastal areas. We're going to be going north to south from Del Norte down to Ventura. As Andrew stated, we're going to be sharing today maps that have been submitted through the online COI tool by members of the public and by community groups, which describe the mapped area as a community of interest. We will not be sharing maps that have been submitted without a reason that their area is a community of interest. Maps whose submitted descriptions vary greatly from the ones that are depicted, or maps which give solely racial data as reasons for being kept together. Of course, those are all still available on AirTool, but we wanted to make sure that we presented the maps which would most accurately represent the submissions that we received. So to start, I'm going to bring you up to Region A.
And I saw a question by Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Andrew. I was just curious, why are we not looking at the maps where communities of interest identify themselves only by racial and ethnic purposes?
They only give racial and ethnic data. For example, they don't say that they want to be kept together because of cultural interests or language interests, for example, then we are not allowed to use that as redistricting criteria. So if somebody just says, this is a Black population that must be kept together, this is 80% Black, then we cannot use that criteria.
Commissioner Sidwani, can you explain that a little bit more? Because my concern is that a lot of those communities, we've never said that to communities, and a lot of those communities, that's how they're identifying themselves. So I'm afraid that we're dissing, kind of ignoring communities who have not been heard before, have not been told that they have to be a little more precise.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I wasn't aware that we were removing people that make racial comments. I mean, I think that would be important, especially as we advance our VRA work as well, potentially. Is it because they provide data, not a polygon, an actual map?
Yeah, so if they just said this area is 82% Black, for example, that's not really stating a reason that they want to be kept together, so that would be left out. If they said this is a thriving African-American community where we all are working together for our schools and to, preserve our culture, then that would be included.
Commissioner Fernandez, you had a question for Fernandez?
No, I actually have the same concern because I understand that some callers did call in and they were providing more of a general type data. They weren't really listing boundaries. But if they have a boundary, I mean, at the end of the day, if it's a Hispanic community, that's what's tying them together. They should not be excluded as a community of interest. So I'm really concerned. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for bringing this up. So we really need, thank you, Tamina, for voicing this because we wouldn't have known, right? So this is great, but I really do have issue with that, with excluding them.
I would agree. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. And I just wanted to confirm with Tamina. Tamina, the information is still available. You haven't prepared to show it today, but it is something that is still retained that we can revisit and ensure that we're seeing it right.
Absolutely. And if you'd like, I can prepare. I believe there are only 3 that were not included. And I can definitely prepare those and submit them to you as PDFs or as a separate presentation if that's what the commission would like.
And we will be presenting again next week. We will be getting some line drawer direction. So maybe that's a good opportunity for us to make sure that those are submitted in. So we will make sure that those are included as part of the tour.
And Andrew, has this been the process that the line drawing team has used in the previous tours that we've received where communities of color that are identifying themselves have been excluded?
No, and I think there's that there's a little bit of and this is probably our part. We're jumbling, getting these all ready. So I know that there's, per the, the Constitution, that we are to not take specifically political stuff into consideration. So that is something that, if it's for a pure political party, that's something, but I think the other zones that or the other areas that we went through did demonstrate this. So excuse the miscommunication on our part for this one, but as we stated, we will have those next Friday when we go through additional line drawing.
I think that would be really helpful.
I recommend that the commission speak with their attorney on this, but from my understanding, you are not allowed to draw districts based solely on race. We're not even supposed to be looking at racial data. So that's where that decision came from. But as I said, be happy to present those. There are only 3. Be happy to present them to you either later on today or next week.
Yeah, at this point, I propose that the line drawing subcommittee get together with the line drawers here and go through this, because this is new to both of us. So this is something that we need to go through with the attorney and make sure and tell and we can give the directions and stuff for the planning, the playbook committee can really then kind of finalize. But we need to be seeing the information here.
Yeah. Well, why don't we continue for today what you have prepared, and we will continue to work offline to make sure that we are seeing all of the relevant COIs for the state.
In that case, I'll go ahead and turn on our COIs for Zone A. I'm showing them all to you at once, just the overview of what's been going on in the particular zone so that you can see kind of how some of these COIs are overlapping. And then we'll be going through them one by one. These are the different areas that were submitted by a lot of our testimony. We had a lot of overlapping and testimony that really greatly resembled one another. And so we have removed the duplicated polygons to give you an idea of, and just put together the reasons to give you an idea of why these COIs want to be kept together. So this first COI calls itself the North Coast, and the defining characteristic is the coast. Coastal issues, concerns, and priorities are very important to coastal communities and quite distinct from those of inland communities and counties. This COI's natural resources are spectacular, unique, highly sensitive, and at great risk from climate change and exploitation. This COI has the cleanest river in America, the Smith, the largest estuarine lake, Lake Earl, and the only redwoods in the United States. Resource protection, public access, and environmentally sustainable economic development in this COI require regional representation that understands the values and values the sense of place that is inherently coastal. As you will see in Zone A, there are many COIs which are slight variations of one another. There's a lot who submitted this as the base COI and then either added or subtracted a county. So for example, bringing up the second COI, this COI is similar to the first, except that it does not include Marin County. Many who submitted this COI did not want Marin included because they believe that the COI as it stands without Marin are culturally and climatically similar. This third COI, which is similar to the first in that it includes all of the counties that are involved in the first COI, but adds Trinity, Lake, and Napa, voice environmental concerns and cultural similarities to the coastal counties, and specifically state that the addition of Trinity, Lake, and Napa are because they are culturally more similar to the coastal counties than to the inland counties and have similar issues which they would like to be represented together with. This COI has similar issues of health of the environment, and a rural community lifestyle. They added Siskiyou and Shasta, which, as you know, are not part of Region A, but cross over into the neighboring region. But they are included here because they do count 4 of the Region A counties. And this COI forms tight bonds around celebration and common cause, where there's bonding together during the fires that threaten their homes and forests, around key water issues, or around the creativity of Arcata's annual kinetic race. Similar to the previous COI, this COI has some areas and counties in it which are not part of Zone A, but this was included with the Zone A presentation because it does include Del Norte, Humboldt, and Trinity. Are there any questions on Zone A? I will turn these back on. Okay, then we will proceed on to Zone C. Zone C covers Marin, Solano, Contra Costa, Alameda, San Mateo, and Santa Clara. And I will turn on all of the COIs that we received. For this particular zone. Let me zoom in a little bit here. And we will go back and start from the beginning. So here's our first COI. This COI calls himself the Urban Forest. And this COI cares about their diverse cities, about people of color having equal representation, equity in governing decisions, about the homeless, and about fires and smoke and how that affects their health. They care about their schools, about the teachers, and they don't want them to get COVID. They also want their frontline workers to get vaccinated and be safe. The second COI, I'm going to turn on the San Francisco neighborhood layer just so that it's easier to view. This COI is called the Castro, and it is a neighborhood that has been submitted for recommendation as a COI. This COI strongly represents the LGBTQ community and would like to be kept together to preserve their culture and unique neighborhood environment. Moving to Contra Costa County, this COI has sub-regional government joint powers authorities over Eastern Contra Costa County, including a transit agency transportation fee authority and a sub-regional board of Contra Costa Transportation Authority. And they would like to be kept together for transportation issues. This COI has communities in both Contra Costa County and in Alameda County, and it calls itself the Tri-Valley. The communities in this COI share a culturally suburban character and are all generally fall along the same few highways that are often used to commute beyond the suburban corridor. They share the 680 and 580 corridors. A lot of the prioritized issues in these cities in the corridor are similar, as well as there's an emphasis on investments in education, ending gun violence, improving infrastructure, and promoting sustainable community development. This COI keeps together local governments that work well together and preserves the Chinese culture and language. High school sports are closely intertwined in every community shop, and every community shops in every neighboring community. They all have similar housing communities and beautiful parks. Oops. A big shared interest in this COI, which is called Centerville, is in raising kids and having families. People are very interested in green spaces to go hiking and have their kids play and walk dogs. This COI values affordable housing, homelessness resources, and more. It preserves Asian American culture with lots of Indian and Chinese Americans. A big interest for families is having good quality schools, safe routes to schools, and public transportation. People here commute to work in Silicon Valley and San Francisco. This COI is home to hundreds of tech startups and draws in thousands of employees from the region who work in Santa Clara County. And this COI must work to ensure that their transportation infrastructure can handle the increased traffic every day from the surrounding cities. The COI's residents, many of whom drive alone to work, spend an average of 23 minutes commuting from their homes to their workplaces. On the other side of the bay, we have this COI, which has a population of first-generation immigrants who have strong family values and are driven for their children's future and by providing them a good education. They're also entrenched in the success of Silicon Valley's innovation economy. This COI would like to point out that they, quote, share a bay and an ecosystem with Monterey, but our future lies in San Jose. They share commuting interests and work interests and would like to be grouped together. This COI is a neighborhood called Julia's Walk. And in this COI, lots of families, seniors, and everyone is wearing masks and caring for one another. The people in this COI want to be in a district with the orchard and their favorite boba spot. This is the community they walk in. They care about ducks and geese and love buying apricots from the Olson orchard. Moving a little further south, this COI calls itself the Tri-Counties. And the Tri-Counties COI has close ties with each other. This COI is famous for its agriculture, strawberries, artichoke, and garlic, and the largest protected marine sanctuary in the United States, Monterey Bay. The COI is very artsy, loves to surf, and is extremely passionate about ocean conservation and wildlife protection. This COI has universities renowned in the biological sciences, such as UC Santa Cruz and CSUMB. And this koi is called Los Troncos Woods. This koi has a small, diverse mix of old-time residents and younger families with lots of high-tech professionals. They're all concerned about earthquakes, landslides, water movement control, and fire safety. That concludes Zone C, which I will turn back on, all of them. And welcome any questions on Zone C.
Seeing any hands raised, but if I've missed you, please speak up.
I have a quick question, Commissioner Sidwani, or Chair Sidwani.
Oh, I'm just the line drawing subcommittee, but yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question about Marin County. I'm just wondering if there were any submissions from there, or if they were lumped in with the previous zone.
The good question. The submissions from Marin County all said that they wanted to be, did not say that they wanted to be with anybody else in Region C. So they were lumped together with Region A. They all said that they wanted to be north, and nobody said to cross the bridge or to go across into Contra Costa.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And I also have a question, because you can't necessarily see everybody. Did we get any submissions from saying, you know, Sonoma, Napa to be together, or different sections? I didn't see any kind of breakdown in between those. Particularly for the wine industry, I know has been very interested in. I don't know if we not get any of those through the COI?
But not specifically through this tool.
Any other questions?
And again, I'm happy to go back and take a look at the ones that have been submitted since the day that the cutoff date that we started processing these, and show you those next week.
And would those two have been shown largely in the previous zone that you're showing, Zone A? And I know that there's a number of with Napa and Sonoma together in Zone A just earlier that you presented, but not with C. Yeah.
A lot of these do straddle two zones, and in fact, you're going to see a few of them when we move into Zone E that talk about the Zone E/Zone C, because that's just the way people's communities are running. So apologies if they were discussed in a previous region, but happy to answer questions and bring back up previous regions if that's helpful.
Yeah, no, and I think this is where, you know, I think the line drawing team's approach, being more regional, which crosses over different zones, is really helpful, right? Because we recognize that the communities of interest are not going to fall within the zones. Those are solely for outreach purposes, and perfectly fine if communities of interest are crossing zones. And really our expectation here is to see this full region, which includes all three of them. We didn't necessarily need to break them up in terms of ACNE, but this is really helpful, and I think a helpful conversation. Okay, and I think there's more to cover.
Yes, we can move on to Zone E. Or just move further south and think about the coast altogether.
And commissioners, I know the other day for the inland parts, it was helpful when we turned on the terrain, or there's occasionally district lines. So if there's anything that you wanted turned on as we're going through these, just feel free to pop in, and we can definitely turn those on.
So as you can see, just starting here at the top, as I mentioned, these two are definitely Zone C, Zone E crossovers. And so they're included in this section, and apologies for not mentioning them in the first one, but we will start with them. So this is the first one, and this COI has unique rural needs that are separating it from Silicon Valley. They have challenges with fire and water and infrastructure that are distinct and unlinked with the urban areas along east of the ridgeline. As you can see, this is up from Pacifica in San Mateo County, down south through northern Monterey in Salinas. This COI has unique, oh, wait, I'm sorry, wrong one. This COI is one of the most politically progressive places in the county, a cultural arts and activism, college town, and a tourist attraction. They are connected by environmental stewardship of the Monterey Bay and the Redwood Forest, and are persistently troubled by homelessness and the high cost of living, especially the high cost of housing. Now we'll move on to the next set, which is a little further south. And we'll start with San Luis Obispo. Trying to get the city names to show up for you there. This COI is a community of family farmers and ranchers. They champion the agricultural community's voice in state and federal government decision-making. I'm going to zoom out because there's a little bit of purple over here that I'd like you to see as well. This COI houses an immigrant community with shared language access issues and Latino cultural events, vendors, and services. Just like to point out with this COI that you have some islands included in it and some not, and that is just due to the shape of the actual census tracts that were used to draw. So if you selected down in this area in Santa Barbara, then it automatically would connect some of these islands. So that's why this was probably drawn in this way. This COI is a diverse community, both ethnically and politically, and have a common interest in providing a nurturing environment for their children and equitable, sustainable transportation access. This COI received the most submissions that we received. This COI is a community of immigrant Latino families who speak Spanish and in several indigenous languages, and they're interested in preserving their Latino culture and educational interests for their children. And finally, this COI is interested in keeping together Simi Valley with Thousand Oaks and Moore Park. They mentioned transportation and interests similar to the areas in Ventura instead of through Los Angeles. Just a note about this COI that this interesting shape here is the shape of the census tract. And so if you click on this area, then it would take in this entire arc over here, which might describe the reason that it was submitted this way. Also, the written testimony that came along with this included all of Simi Valley and Moore Park and Thousand Oaks. And this particular polygon did not include all of Simi Valley, which we found to be a similar thread through several of the COIs which are submitted this way, who talked about Simi Valley and Moore Park, or Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks and Moore Park together, but did not include all of Simi Valley in the polygon that was drawn. So just mentioning that in case that was a hiccup with possible issues with the tool itself or people not being able to use the tool properly. And that is the end of sections E. We'll turn them all back on. And happy to entertain any questions, or if you have any follow-up that you would like me to take home and do as homework and bring it back, then I'd be happy to do that as well.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. This is, I guess, a more general question, so it could go to Andrew. Do we have, or do you have at this point, population figures associated with each of these COIs since the very beginning when we started reviewing these?
Yeah, that's a great question. And there is we were waiting for the official population figures to come out from the statewide database coming out just 9 days away. But in terms of, previous populations, is that something that you're looking for or, want or just moving forward, you want to make sure we're using when we're showing these, that populations is something that we could be taken into consideration?
I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
I mean, I'm interested, some of these are really large, some are really small, and it'd just be interesting to know how many people are in each one of them.
Okay, Commissioner
Yeah.
Stein,
I'm sorry. Yeah, but that's something that I definitely we'll look into and see how we can get those incorporated into it once the new data is coming out.
I think I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Kennedy, and I think it would be interesting, but I think it is also good for us just to hear what the community has without being it being fuzzy based on the numbers right now, and that might be part of what we do when we do the visualization is then we put the data to the numbers. But I'm open to do it either way, but I can see how it may bias our listening right now to just what the community had to say to us.
Thank you. We're up against a break at this point, so we'll take a 15-minute break.
Chair, we've got another half hour till break, Chair.
Oh, okay. I can't do math.
You're okay. You've got until 11 o'clock.
Sorry, my mistake. Okay, Commissioner Sawani, you're in charge.
Yes, my apologies. I had to step out momentarily. These are the challenges of doing meetings on Saturdays at home. Additional questions or comments from commissioners on what we've seen this morning? I'll certainly say, I think, I don't know if it was discussed already, I would definitely like to see whatever was omitted in terms of racialized data. So let's certainly plan some time next week to make sure that we've seen that from this mapping region as well as any others where it may have been removed. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai. Really good point. And I think it just makes me want to state that I'm hopeful that we see everything. I'm really grateful for the comment that was made and the fact that it was excluded or not shown. I just want to name that. I want to see all of it, and then we can kind of discuss and talk about what's legal to use. But I would love for this commission to see the submissions.
Yes, I think that's absolutely right. And the submissions are community input, regardless of what they want to tell us. So we will definitely do that. And just also that reminder that in general, what we had asked for was an overview of testimony. So there may be things that we haven't seen completely, or I certainly encourage all of us to take the time, especially over the weekend before we start giving direction next week to the line drawers, to review the COI submissions as much as possible, to go back over things. We'll actually have some recommendations from the line drawing team on how to give those directions, as well as some recommendations from the line drawing subcommittee this afternoon on possibly asking zone leads to really become accountable for the submissions and the zones at a minimum. Of course, as a commission, we'll be responsible for all of it. But I absolutely agree with that, Commissioner Turner. Any other additional comments or questions at this time? If not, Andrew, would your team be prepared to start with the next COI session at this point in time? I know we had kind of slotted that for after the break. Would you like to start that now, or we could take our break early and come back a little earlier and begin?
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that the outreach coordinators, we started with them first, and if we
Absolutely.
wanted to start with them, we will then be ready. I don't know if they're on and ready, but if they're on, we will be ready to go on as soon as they're done. Yes.
Perfect. Alvaro, are you there? Are you with us? I know he had to step.
I am here.
Oh, got it. Do we know we're actually ready on the agenda to move forward a little faster than we had anticipated. Are the outreach staff for zones J, K, L, and I available?
I am working on that as we speak. They are not on just yet, but we're trying to get them on now.
Yeah, I'm going to give Andrew a call. Okay.
Thank you.
Perfect. Should we, Chair Fornaciari, what do you think if we were to take our 15-minute break at this point in time, come back and then get started? Would that work for you? That'll give the outreach staff a little bit of time to get on and get prepared.
Yeah, that sounds great. Whatever works for the agenda that you guys put together.
Okay. Commissioner Sadwani, are we pressed? Are we totally locked in full? I'm wondering, if we take a break now, can we still come back at 11? Are we pressed for time today?
I don't think we're pressed for time. No, we could do 11.
Okay.
We could do would you prefer a little bit of a longer break?
I would.
Perfect. Absolutely. So why don't we do that? Why don't we break and we'll come back at 11. Director Hernandez and Kaplan, if you could just please ask the outreach staff to join us at 11, and I'll give them a little bit of extra time too. I think we were originally planning to come back at 11:15. So I think that should be doable for everybody. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, great. So we will break and be back at 11 a.m. Great, thank you, and welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission special edition on this Saturday. We are coming back to review additional inputs through the communities of interest mapping tool that we have, the COI tool. And we will start off, in particular, we're going to be looking at zones J, K, L, and I. And I'd like to start off with members of our outreach staff to share a little bit about the efforts that they've had over the course of the last several months to reach out to folks on the ground in these areas. Marcy and the team.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Good morning or good afternoon. Is it still afternoon? Wait a minute. It's morning, right? Good morning, commissioners. All these meetings are starting to run over each other now. As you may already know, my name is Andrew Morale. I am the Southern California Field Team Lead for Outreach Zones I and K. I will be also doing my colleague's report, Kimberly Briggs, who's responsible for Los Angeles and Orange County. I will be doing her report today as well, so I'll start off with that. All right, and is there anything else that anyone needs to say before I begin?
I think that sounds great.
Go ahead, Andrew. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so I'm going to start with Orange County. Okay, so I apologize if it makes it seem like I'm Kim in this moment because I'm reading a report. So yeah, I'll try to correct myself as I go along. All right. Orange County is the home to over 3 million people who drive the tourism, amusement, and entertainment, and various service and professional industries in the area. The county is also the hub of historic enclaves like Little Saigon and Little Arabia. As community of interest meetings proceeded, it was clear that Orange County is a tale of two communities, inland and coastal. Each has distinct needs and priorities. For phase 1 outreach in June 2021, staff built up a list of cities and governments like the City of Anaheim, Laguna Beach, and county boards of supervisors. Trusted nonprofits and civic engagement organizations like the League of Women Voters, OC, Mission Up, and OCCET Action, and chambers of commerce like the Newport Beach Chamber and Costa Mesa Chamber to engage with. For July 2021, staff continued to outreach to the aforementioned groups. Like other outreach zones, we came across people and organizations who didn't know what redistricting was and were apathetic about participating in the process. It was important to keep repeating the message to them, the importance of redistricting, and that these meetings were taking place where we needed to hear from them. Other difficulties we came across had to do with no one physically being in the stakeholder's office to answer phone calls due to health orders. Even some smaller organizations did not have phone numbers. We also noticed that some in the nonprofit community were hesitant to share recommendations for partner organizations we could reach out to. We persisted in identifying additional groups like the Chinese American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County, the Santa Ana College School of Continuing Education, and the Chrysalis OC. CRC support staff were crucial to this effort. For August and September 2021, outreach expanded their reach to organizations like the Orange County Communities Organized for Responsible Development, the Orange County Environmental Justice Educational Fund, and the Community Action Partnership of Orange County. Staff also outreach to organizations who serve those who may speak English as a second language. Examples include the Middle Eastern North African community. We reached out to Access California Services and the OC Iranian Chamber of Commerce. For the Asian American Pacific Islander outreach, contacts include the Pacific Islander Health Partnership. Statewide organizations like the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, or CHIRLA, and the National Association of Latino Elected and Appointed Officials, NALEO, also ignited their OC networks to participate in the COIs. Staff also outreach to vital sectors, including foundations like the Orange County Community Foundation, healthcare organizations like the Coalition of OC Community Health Centers, labor groups like the Orange County Labor Federation, faith-based groups, LGBTQ+, and political organizations. Staff also reached out to local media like the Voice of OC and Orange County Register to amplify awareness of the COI meetings. We have heard from a variety of inland and coastal communities through the call-in COI meetings, as well as the Draw My California Community submissions like Westminster, Fountain Valley, Anaheim, Irvine, and Newport Beach. But we have noticed some areas that require more engagement like Laguna Niguel, San Juan Capistrano, Ladera Ranch, Mission Viejo, and others. Moving forward, outreach staff will connect with these areas, communities, organizations that have yet to submit a COI. We will be promoting our Draw My California community presentations to these groups so then they can be equipped with the knowledge to use the tool and empowered to submit their input. Thank you so much for your time.
Great, thank you. Andrew or Marcy, is there any additional outreach reports?
Yes, Andrew's going to also go over his zones I and K. Andrew, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Second, I'm just pulling up mine. All right. Hello, commissioners. How are you doing today? As you know, so I'm talking, this is from me now. This is Outreach Zones I and K. And just for the public, that are following us today, Outreach Zones I and K include Riverside, San Bernardino, Imperial, and San Diego counties. I joined the commission staff at the end of May 2021, along with my colleagues, Kimberly Briggs and Jose Eduardo Chavez. The monumental task you entrusted us with was to continue building on the commission's outreach and educational efforts in phase 1 and help initiate phase 2, the activation of all Californians in the redistricting process through the communities of interest public input meetings, the Draw My California Community online submission tool, and other ways individuals and organizations can have their voices heard. As of the 2020 census, the Inland Empire comprises now 4.7 million Californians. Riverside County alone added 228,000 residents, the most of any county in California. The San Diego region, which includes Imperial County, increased to 3.4 million. In all, outreach zones I and K represent over 20% of California's total population. These outreach zones couldn't be any more different. The San Diego region represents sunsets over the Coronado Bridge, the vast fields of the Imperial Valley that help feed the nation during the winter months, and serves as a gateway to our neighbors south to the border. The Inland Empire, on the other hand, has one of the largest geographic areas of the United States. Most of it is owned by federal government as official wilderness areas. Millions of visitors a year make the journey to see the rock formations of Joshua Tree National Park or unwind at the luxury desert resorts in Palm Springs. What was once considered uninhabitable, the high desert is teeming with as much diversity and economic development as its down the hill counterparts. And as I mentioned earlier, Riverside County is becoming home to more and more Californians seeking to find affordable and livable housing than the high price options found in Los Angeles and San Diego counties. As someone who worked on the 2020 census, as well as my support staff, Isabel, I knew the importance of conducting outreach in an intentional and equitable way to include as many Californians as possible in this process. By making new connections to communities who may have little to no experience in participating in redistricting, or that may find it difficult to participate due to issues such as language barriers or limited access to broadband, I was able to successfully activate these communities by being invested in their success, helping them navigate how to provide public input, and meeting them where they're at, no matter where they are in the process. Despite no face-to-face contact because of the challenges surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic, you'll see from the public input we collected that it reflects the rich diversity of these two distinct outreach zones. I would like to acknowledge the tremendous groundwork Commissioners Sinai, Kennedy, Ahmad, and Lamons did in my outreach zones. They established a stable foundation for me to build upon. The doors they opened made my job easier to deepen those connections and keep organizations engaged throughout this process. From Commissioner Kennedy's county profiles to Commissioner Sinai's introductions over email with leaders and organizations she recently met, I felt fully supported in this work. Thank you so much. At the beginning, I focused primarily on government associations and local governments to spread the word about the COI meetings, the COI tool, and other ways to provide input. I also contacted the organizations and groups which hosted commissioner-led redistricting basics presentations. Because most of these organizations already had some familiarity with the commission's work and had received some education, groups were much more willing to engage their stakeholders in encouraging them to provide input. Leveraging these contacts and connections, I was able to spread the word about the COI meetings and the commission's work to a wide range of constituents and stakeholders. In Zone I, one of the Calexico City Council members shared with me the intricacies of her constituents and wanted to learn more about participating in the COI meetings. Equipping her with translated flyers and materials and the deadline to request language assistance was vital to encourage her communities along the border to submit their COI input and suggested boundaries. In Zone K, a community representative from San Diego City Council District 9 collaborated with the office's community representatives to announce our COI meetings in their district's community meetings and town councils. What makes District 9 so unique and important in our work is that it is the home of one of the most diverse refugee populations in the United States. I then moved to organizations that work on civic engagement and community empowerment. These include statewide networks, labor councils, health center collaboratives, coalitions, service-based organizations like Rotary clubs, political parties, business associations, chambers of commerce, local farm bureaus, and those receiving funding for redistricting work. Even though some of them weren't quite ready initially, most, if not all, have turned out their community members to engage in the COI meetings, conducted educational workshops, or assisted individuals with their COI input. For example, the California Labor Federation and the San Diego and Imperial Counties Labor Council connected me with their statewide consultant and staff at the Inland Empire Labor Council to help promote our COI meetings and amplify our messaging to over 200,000 working families between both zones. NAIOP, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association, Inland Empire chapter, assisted industry members with their registrations and shared our outreach materials with their chapters in Southern California. Perhaps the most important and impactful outreach that I did was to organizations that are trusted messengers in their respective communities. These include ethnic and cultural groups, libraries, legal assistance organizations, community colleges and universities, LGBT communities, and faith-based groups. An example of this is Asian Solidarity Collective in Zone K. Their team organized community members and leaders from the San Diego Asian Pacific Islander Coalition to provide COI input at the September 2nd meeting as part of a statewide effort of AAPI orgs to uplift their community's voices. In Zone I, Todec Legal Center turned out Latino community members in Riverside County. As the commission is well aware, the registration slots for a couple of Zone I COI meetings completely filled well before the deadline. And when their community members were experiencing difficulties providing public input, the outreach staff assisted them with formulating a plan to submit video public input through mail. These past few weeks, I've been able to utilize the data posted on the CRC website to inform my outreach efforts. The PIN map generated through the online Airtable COI input database is an invaluable tool to identify areas where we may be lacking COI testimony, especially in rural areas such as Needles, Blythe, Borrego Springs, Barstow, Baker, Holtville, Calexico, and Calipatria. As we sunset phase 2 of the commission's work, Isabel and I look forward to continue working with you, our existing community partners, and new organizations and communities we have yet to introduce ourselves to collect more communities of interest public input through this next phase of the redistricting process. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Andrew. This is incredible, just truly, truly amazing work. And certainly we saw the riches of this work with all of the callers that we had. And I'm so excited to see the COI submissions as well, the COI tool submissions as well today. Any comments, questions from commissioners for Andrew while we have him? And also big thank you for sharing on behalf of Kimberly as well. Incredible report there also. Seeing none, I will say thank you again, and have no fear. We anticipate plenty more community outreach and input over the next line drawing phase, and certainly after we get that draft map out, going back out into communities to collect additional input. So still much more work to be done, but this is a really helpful update. Thank you.
Yeah.
And sure. With that, I will turn it over to Andrew and I believe John, who will be leading us on a tour of COI tool submissions throughout this region.
Great, thank you very much, Commissioner Sadwani. And as Andrew and Kimberly's report noted, we will be going over the COIs that were submitted just through the COI tool. I think John is going to do this tour. He's going to throw up the map in just a second and show the 200 plus or parts, some of the 200 plus that were that he is going to talk about today. And as Andrew just mentioned, this will be covering largely the 5 counties, and as we all noted, that there's a lot of overlap between there's a lot of overlap between the different zones and regions, and it's going to all come together. So with that, I will turn it over to John.
Thank you, Andrew. You can hear me fine?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, terrific. So Andrew mentioned 200 plus communities of interest. I can give you the number there. It's 281 communities of interest that are touching these 5 counties here, which is quite a lot to get through in an hour. So I'll try and be expeditious. I'm John O'Neill. The regions we'll be talking about, as you just heard, are I, J, and K. And so just to help you orient yourselves here, the order in which I'm going to be talking about this is that I'll be starting here in Orange, and then I'll be working south into San Diego. I'll work east into Imperial, and then north up into Riverside, and then San Bernardino, and finish over here near Chino. So it'll be a counterclockwise there. So at the start of each county, also, I'll just pause briefly just to kind of review the order in which I'm going to be talking about the communities of interest in that county. So one last thing that I just want to note is I do have a terrain layer, which I can turn on. I'm leaving it off by default just because it does slow down the map. I'm planning to turn it on when someone's talking about a valley or a mountain. But if any of the commissioners would like to see it or would like to have it turned off, it's very easy to just unmute and ask me. So without further ado, on to Orange County. So here in Orange County, I'll be starting up here in the north. I'll talk about a couple of communities of interest, which stretch a little bit into Los Angeles. I'm not going to duplicate what Jamie talked about, so there are additional that I won't be covering. And then I'll work my way south first in this inland area, and then second, I'm going to talk about the coastal area. And so in Orange County, we've got 91 communities of interest here. All right. So the first communities I'm going to talk about are up in the northern portion. And so they were described as diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-income areas, talked about the importance of their relation to the theme parks and Disney. There's one. Here's a second conception of that same. There was some disagreement about whether to go into Los Angeles or remain in Orange County entirely. Let me see. And then there was a third, a bit more expansive conception of that same area. So again, there was some disagreement about how much would be incorporated into this northern region, and also how far it would cut into Los Angeles. And one other thing that many folks mentioned in this community was that there was a significant presence of white and Asian population in that area. Moving south here toward Rossmore, which is this little red bit here, but the name's not showing up. We received a couple of different communities of interest submissions from here. It was a bit challenging. I've highlighted here one that combines Rossmore and Seal Beach. And here's another conception of that, which also includes Los Alamitos. But there was some ambiguity between the different submissions. We received about, let me see, it looks like 8. There was some ambiguity about whether to include Los Alamitos here in this community. And folks generally expressed a desire to not be included with Hawaiian Gardens, Cerritos, Garden Grove, and Long Beach. Looking here at Buena Park, this was one community of interest submission that we received, and they talked about the community there as having a shared school district, shared cultural events, as well as being predominantly Hispanic at 40%, but also including a white and Asian population there at about 30% each. And they expressed a desire, I'll turn on some of the other submissions that we received in that area, expressed a desire to be kept with some of the neighboring areas like La Palma, Cypress, Garden Grove, Los Alamitos. And then there was some ambiguity here about whether they wanted to be kept with Anaheim. So some of them expressed a willingness to be kept in a district or community. Here, sorry, I'll turn off some of the earlier ones. Some of them expressed a willingness to be kept in a district with the western portion of Anaheim, but preferred not to be combined with this eastern portion. But some of the submissions that we received from the Buena Park area did request kind of a larger conception of what they saw as their community that did include that eastern portion of Anaheim. One more thing that I'd actually just like to say for the commissioners, a couple of times here I'm going to be showing overlapping communities of interest. And I'm doing that just because I wanted to convey how some folks have different conceptions of the same areas. If those are ever obscure or making it hard to see, please let me know. I took a look through all these and I thought they were all visible, but you obviously know since you're looking at them. So we're going to move now here a little east. So this is a submission that we were receiving from Yerba Linda. And so what they were talking about here is the foothills communities in Anaheim Hills, Orange, Tustin, Villa Park, having a shared appreciation of activities such as horseback riding, trail riding, a similar sort of, many folks live in single family homes. It's a sort of more rural environment. And they requested to be kept separate from areas like Diamond Bar, Hacienda, or Chino Hills, which you can see up to the north. Moving a little bit south here and continuing to talk about Anaheim. This is a community of interest that we received that was specifically talking about the east side of Anaheim, but it and so it also expressed similar desires to another community of interest, which I'm going to turn on right now, which was to be kept more with similar economic working class areas, and especially, they say, Latino or Latina communities, including Anaheim, Santa Ana, and Stanton. Stanton you can see right here, Santa Ana here. But both of them indicated a preference to be kept separate from what you can see here, which is the east side of Anaheim, which is Anaheim Hills. So I'm next going to talk about Little Saigon, which we received several submissions about. So again, I'm going to show you all the different community of interest submissions that we received. Well, so not all of them, but several and a representative sample of some of the different ways that people defined Little Saigon geographically. And then I'm also going to just talk about some of the common characteristics that folks described there. So folks were identifying a Vietnamese culture, identity, and community, and especially a desire for potentially a Vietnamese representative. And you'll see here, this community of interest, which I just turned on, does stretch all the way to the coast and include some of the coastal communities, but that wasn't universal. And here I'll turn off some of the earlier definitions that folks gave of Little Saigon so you can see. And so this is one more conception of Little Saigon there. And so cities that many folks listed were Westminster, Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, and the portion of Santa Ana west of the Santa Ana River. So the next group of communities of interest that I'm going to talk about is it's not necessarily geographically concentrated in a particular area of Orange County, but we did receive several submissions from folks who were talking about different Asian communities, either the Asian community broadly, or specifically, for example, I'll share one, which is folks were talking about the Cambodian community in Orange County. And these were quite frankly, they were from all over Orange County. So I'm just going to share these, but I'll just note that this might require a bit more digging to try and identify where these communities are concentrated. So this first one was more up in the north, and that was similar to some of the earlier communities of interest, which I shared, where folks were talking about the northern, predominantly white, as well as Asian communities there. This was one which covers some of those areas talked about with Little Saigon, but then stretches down further to pick up some of the beach communities like Huntington Beach or Newport Beach. This, which I just turned on, is in Santa Ana, and this specifically talked about the Cambodian community there. This covered the short of Seal here. I'll turn off a couple, but short of Seal Beach up in the north, this community of interest covered just about all the coast and was described as an area where there's a concentration of Asian folks in Orange County. And so again, I share those because in the case of the Cambodian example, there wasn't necessarily another one showing that. In the case of Little Saigon, we received a lot of testimony out of a specific area talking about a specific Asian community. But I want to note that we also did receive some examples of testimony in other areas that weren't necessarily limited to just that one area. So shifting inland now to talk a little bit about Tustin and Irvine area. Let me zoom out a little bit. And if you'll bear with me just one moment, I've got to scroll my notes here. Actually, I apologize. I'd like to just take a step back. I just want to share a little bit more of the written testimony that was provided in relation to some of the broader Asian community of interest testimony that I just shared. One note that folks shared especially, and this was, you can see here up on the border, folks talked about there being significant Chinese, Korean, and Filipino communities on the Orange County, San Bernardino, Los Angeles borders. All right. So focusing in now on North Tustin and, Tustin and Irvine. So we received several folks who talked about the relationship between Tustin and Irvine, and I'm going to just share some of kind of the commonalities among the written testimony that we received, and then I'll show a few examples of some of the different ways that people defined this area. Several people noted that the Tustin Unified School District extends into Irvine. Several people talked about a similar sort of small town identity and feel that there's similar demographics, a care about environmental issues, bike lanes, a shared library system, similar housing. And they also talked about both being older established communities with longtime homeowners. And so I'm going to show a few different communities of interest. Many of them just talked about Tustin and Irvine, but one area where there was some disagreement was about whether Newport Beach should be or should not be included in this. So I'll show a few examples, one of which will include Newport Beach. This is the first one. There was a second. There's a third, which is fairly similar to the second. And then I'm just going to turn these on off because I don't want to make it too much of them. So here's another one. And this one you can see this excludes Newport Beach, but it does include some of the other beach communities in the Tustin, Irvine, along with that core. And then here's one which does include Irvine and talks about that relationship here with a portion of Tustin, and then also includes Newport Beach. And so that was in the written testimony, including or excluding Newport Beach was something that a number of folks talked about. Okay. So shifting south now. Specifically, let's see, so this was a community of interest from Northeast San Juan Capistrano. Folks talked about there being a number of retirees, and they especially noted that they felt that this community here was separate from some of the beach communities. More middle class, they described it, and they also talked about it as Old Orange County, so the canyon area near the Cleveland National Forest. And so they asked to be with San Clemente, Mission Viejo, and here I'll show another example of a similar community sort of area. They said they did not feel they had a connection to San Diego County, and they said they felt separate, as I said, from the beach communities. And so this is another example of one of these inland communities that was talking about feeling a separation from, or feeling that they didn't necessarily have a connection to San Diego, to the beach communities. And then here was one that was connecting both of these areas. That said, although this group was unified in wanting to be kept separate from San Diego, there were some folks who did feel that there was a connection with the beach communities. Okay, so that is that's the inland communities that I'm going to talk about. I'm now going to talk about the coast of Orange County. And so I'm going to start off just by talking about the folks who would like to see the entire coast kept whole. And then I'll talk about folks who had preferences for seeing a northern coast community or district, southern coast community or district, and then some of the disagreements folks had about whether they'd like to see a district cut into San Diego or whether they want to keep this orange community separate from San Diego. So this is one conception of what we saw of a potential Orange Coast coastal community. And let me just pull up a description here of what folks were saying about this area. So people talked about this area being united by the PCH, the Pacific Coast Highway. They especially talked about environmental concerns, about the coastline and the ocean. Several of them talked about, and here I'll show another example here. Several of them talked about the ocean, or sorry, surfing as a hobby. And while many of them drew these boundaries just within Orange County, some of them did reach up into Los Angeles, as you can see here. Some of them did include portions of Los Angeles in their conception of the coast of Orange County. And so they spoke about surfing both as a hobby, but also as a commercial and economic endeavor. That said, many of them did indicate that this last one, which I shared aside, many of them did indicate that they saw themselves as separate from Long Beach, and they explicitly asked to be kept separate from Long Beach, so there be a border here. That said, folks were not unanimous in asking for a coastal district. Some people did indicate that they would prefer to have a coastal district, but only for a portion of the coast. And so I'm going to talk about, again, first, what some folks talked about for the north. And so here's one conception of what that community looks like. And here I'll zoom in a little. So it's Newport Beach here toward the south, up through Seal Beach in the north. And so what a lot of folks in this northern portion talked about was that they love the police department, they're family oriented, and many of them talked about wanting to see Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Cypress, and La Palma included. So their conception of the beach reaches up here to include a portion of the cities that border Los Angeles. And you can see here how it reaches in more inland in some of the submissions that we received. And several of them also said that they would prefer to be kept separate from Los Angeles County in general. And here I'll turn one off so you can see what this particular example was. Los Angeles County in general, Long Beach specifically, as well as the more southern beach communities. And here I just have one more proposal or conception of what a northern Orange County beach community might look like. So shifting now to the south, here in San Clemente, and also including some of the unincorporated areas, we did receive some testimony here from folks who requested that there be a southern Orange County coastal community of interest considered in a district. And they talked about beautiful landscape, good schools. They talked about wanting to include San Clemente, San Juan Capistrano, Dana Point, Laguna Beach, and they explicitly said that they want to be excluded from San Diego County, and they expressed displeasure with the current configuration of the districts. But of course, that was not unanimous. There were also some folks in that same area who described that they did like this was their community, and they did feel that there was a significant similarity between them and other coastal communities in northern San Diego, including Oceanside and Camp Pendleton here. And so here's another example of another, here I'll zoom out to show this one. Here's another example which included some more of Orange County and a little bit less of San Diego, but similarly felt that there was a connection between the communities here in northern San Diego and southern Orange County. And so those submissions noted the highway corridor, common shopping areas, common beach and outdoor recreation, as well as a suburban, exurban community, and that there's no large city that anchors the area. So they feel a commonality here. So I'm going to transition now to San Diego, but before I do, I just wanted to pause and just note one area where, had I more than an hour, one area where I would like to talk more would just be about this inland area, and particularly in the north along the border with Los Angeles. That's an area where I think a number of folks submitted kind of conflicting testimony, and it's certainly important since there's a significant population there. So if commissioners after this are looking for more areas to dig into, that's an area I would encourage you to take a look at. One thing I'll also notice is that we're going to return to talk a little bit more about this area and some of the districts that folks proposed, specifically because Chino Hills and the Chino area touch Riverside, Los Angeles, Orange County, and San Bernardino, and there's a number of communities of interest submissions that we'll get to at the end. So moving to San Diego. We received 55 community of interest submissions for San Diego. Again, I'm going to start in the north. I'm going to work my way south. And so I'll start off here with Camp Pendleton area. There was some disagreement among different submissions that we received about whether people in this area wanted to be kept with Camp Pendleton or not. And I'll show some of the proposals from the folks, first show some of the proposals from folks who did ask to be included with Camp Pendleton. So this here is a submission which highlighted these two areas. These are both census designated places. This is Camp Pendleton, I believe, main side, and Camp Pendleton south. That said, the actual boundaries of Camp Pendleton as a military base are a bit more expansive. So I'm going to just turn that on right now so you can see where that area is. So that's right here. So this entire area is Camp Pendleton Marine Corps Base. And so I note that because many folks requested to be kept with Camp Pendleton, but in their submissions, they only selected these two census designated places. And so I imagine that that might be something we would want to check to confirm whether they're referring to this area as a whole or these census designated places specifically. So starting off with this community of interest with Camp Pendleton. This specific submission talked about the relationship with Oceanside, and that was a commonality among many of the submissions that we received. So here's another community of interest submission where the person drew Oceanside together with the areas of Camp Pendleton. And so if you'll give me just a moment to scroll, I'll pull up some of the factors that folks talked about in describing this community. So of course, folks talked about there being military families there, many folks on active duty, economic and social ties between Camp Pendleton and Oceanside, Camp Pendleton here and Oceanside. There was some disagreement here. I'll show another community of interest where someone was asking for Camp Pendleton to be included with some of these other areas. There was some disagreement about whether folks wanted Carlsbad to be included as a part of this community. Many folks did mention Fallbrook and Bonsall. And so here's an example of, and I'll turn off the other layers, but this in green is an example of a community of interest, which took a bit more of an expansive view. They asked for Camp Pendleton to be kept, but they also talked about Carlsbad, which is something that some of the other communities of interest didn't or indicated they felt wasn't necessarily a part of them. And so one thing that these last few community of interest submissions that I just showed you had in common was that they specifically asked to be kept separate from Orange County. So they were asking for this, presumably this line or somewhere south to be the border of their community or districts. So shifting now to some of the folks who requested to be kept separate from Camp Pendleton, or at least identified other communities that were separate from the base. Actually, I should clarify. So we're now shifting to folks who live in a similar community, but who identified a different community as their primary community than the folks who were on Camp Pendleton. And so some of them will, in their testimony, identify Camp Pendleton as something they want to be kept with. Others indicated that it wasn't. But that was just a divide that we saw when we were looking at how folks saw Camp Pendleton. All right. So this next community, this is based out of Carlsbad. And so this submission indicated that they felt that their community, or rather this collection of submissions, broadly, these folks indicated that they saw Carlsbad and Escondido as being connected based on similar concerns about environmental issues like coastal erosion or sea level rise. And they asked to be excluded or kept separate from some of the rural communities, which are east of Escondido. And so I have just one more submission from that group of community of interest testimony. And so again, you can see it's Carlsbad and Escondido forming the core of this community here. The first community of interest, which I shared, did include Camp Pendleton or a portion of it, but the others did not. So looking now at similar cities, but now from a different perspective, I'm going to just zoom in a little bit so you can see here San Marcos. Now we're going to talk about some folks who identified there as being a significant Asian diaspora community in this area. And they've also talked about common outdoor recreation, hiking, and being cities on the border of rural areas. So let me just, you can see here they talked about, let's see, they wanted Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, and Oceanside. They were seen as, generally seen as common areas. And so I just have one more. This second community of interest identified those areas as well as a more expansive view of some more of the coastal areas, Carlsbad, Rancho Santa Fe, a portion of Poway.
John?
Yes, of course.
This is an area where it seems to me having a look with the terrain layer on would be
absolutely
very helpful.
I will turn that on and then let me know if there were particular here. Would it be helpful if I turned off the cities just for a moment so you can, here, I'll do that. I'll just turn it off for a moment and turn it right back on, but you can at least see here, of course, Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, and then up to Oceanside. And then here you can
Actually,
see
put the cities back on. I think that was, yeah, that it was very easy to see the whole thing.
Okay, perfect. Would you like me to keep those on, or did you just want that on for a moment? And I can also, if there was a particular community of interest there that you want to see, I'm happy to pull up any of those again. Let me, so this here, this was the folks talking about the Carlsbad as their core and talking about the communities and less inclined to be with more rural areas. Here you can see it including Escondido. And then I'll turn those off. This was the area which was talking about Asian diaspora communities, hiking and outdoor recreation, and then cities that are on the border of rural areas. So yes, Commissioner Kennedy, thank you. That was an excellent call to turn on terrain for these. I think it's much more clear with that. So here, let me turn on the other. And you can see that continues as well with some of these others. And this neighborhood, of course, the San Diego's Rancho Bernardo. Okay, so I'm going to turn off the terrain layer unless you all immediately ask me to keep it on. But again, I'm very happy to turn that on as soon as anyone requests that. So I'm going to shift, of course, I'm going to shift south now a bit.
John?
To talk. Yes.
This is Patricia. Is it possible to keep the freeways on, because that's really critical in this, in all of San Diego? The freeways define almost everything, and I think that would make it helpful.
Sorry, I apologize. Let me just adjust one thing. I was having some trouble with the freeways with the new update on the mapping tool, but I will I'll shift them below the city so it doesn't quite.
Okay. If it doesn't work, it's okay. But freeway and water and the bases is what defines us in San Diego.
Perfect. Okay, so it's is that distinct enough to see? You can see it underneath the overlay of the cities.
Not really. Yeah, can you put the blue? You know, did we lose the blue? You know, the usual interstate color.
Yeah, I apologize. With the update, it changed the colors, and I didn't catch that in time to adjust that. What I can do is. Gosh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that is really important for talking about Southern California to be able to talk about the freeways here.
I think how you had it just before, John, where it's on the upper
above
layer. Above.
Okay.
Yeah, above, I think.
I'll shift it so it's over, and if that causes trouble for anyone, please just let me know. And I'm very happy to turn it off for the moment so you can see it. But hopefully that's helpful for everyone else as you're looking. I apologize for the spackle here that we now have, but should be able to see the freeways now.
Yeah, if we just realize, everyone, right now all the highways are like white instead of those aren't open spaces.
Right.
And don't forget, we say the before each freeway down here. We don't just say the number.
Of course.
Sorry, that was a cultural reference, a California cultural reference.
All right, so just give me a moment as I'm finding where we left off. Okay, so we're actually going to shift a little bit north here to talk about a separate community here in northern San Diego. Okay. So this, the next four communities of interest, which I'm going to talk about, folks identified as having common characteristics of a Mexican population with a significant number of Spanish speakers, as well as being tied together by the local community college system. And so you'll see that although there's some overlap here, there are some differences about what is included. And so you can see that some go in quite far, some go farther inland, some reached farther north, but they were all identifying similar sorts of communities of a Mexican population with a number of Spanish speakers. And so this community of interest here, this particular submission seemed to include all the areas that all the others talked about, or at least many of them. So I don't want to say that conclusively. And so this, there was some disagreement in the submissions that we received in this grouping about keeping this sort of area with more of the rest of San Diego, as opposed to reaching north, as some of the other districts have done, to take in areas like Murrieta or Temecula in Riverside. And then again, there was some disagreement here among folks who had stronger or looser military ties about whether Camp Pendleton would be included in their definition of this community of interest. So shifting south, to talk about some of these cities just north of San Diego, some of the communities in this area. So some folks talked about there being a rural agricultural communities, particularly with ties to San Marcos. So let me turn on what they were identifying as their community, which was, you can see here Emerald Heights here in Escondido. They were saying they've got ties to San Marcos. Folks talked about there being a high fire risk. And here was another community of interest in that general area talking about similar sorts of things. So single family homes, rural agricultural community, ties to San Marcos, and asking to be kept with the west side of Encinitas, Rancho Santa Fe, and Rancho Santa Fe down here, and San Marcos. So shifting south, here we have Poway, or here we have Poway, and then we have a submission which is identified as the Poway Unified School District. And so what they particularly noted was, and here I'll turn on the districts here for a moment so you can see, what they identified is that their unified school district currently is divided between multiple state Senate districts. You can see here that the western portion is in Senate District 39. It's a portion of San Diego, and they said the eastern portion is in Senate District 38, and they asked to be held entirely within, for them to be kept whole within State Senate District 38 or whatever the equivalent is. So shifting south, I'm going to talk about a few Los Angeles, I'm going to talk about a few San Diego neighborhoods. But one thing I will note is that relative to the population of San Diego, and especially in the northern and central portion, there weren't necessarily a lot of community of interest submissions in this area to be sharing. And I imagine that will potentially be consequential if we need to be making divisions here or drawing lines. I think we could certainly use a bit more feedback. So starting here on the, I apologize, I got ahead of myself. I had one more before we get to the San Diego neighborhoods. So over here on Lakeside, the request that we received with this community of interest, and I'll zoom in just a little bit, was to be kept separate from El Cajon, which you can see here is in red. Okay, so shifting now to San Diego neighborhoods. This here is Claremont. And so they identified as being a family-oriented community bounded by the freeways, as you've noted. So we've got the 5, we've got the 8, I'm afraid I don't know these offhand, but I'm guessing it's the 805 here. But they drew it for us, so we know. And so they, happily, they described it as from the 5 to the west, to the 52 to the north, to the 805 and the 163 to the east, down to the 8 in the south. And they particularly noted that they want to be kept separate from Mira Mesa, which they said is at a geographic distance, but also has differing needs. So further south, this community of interest does include the entirety of the coastal area, but I think they just selected all the water. There's no actual population in this. It's here, right there. And so the description was, they identify as a community of interest. It's an expensive place to live, they said. And they said that they would like to be kept with Point Loma, Ocean Beach, and the Midway Sports Arena area. So shifting now to more southeast San Diego, and I will say that this is an area where we did receive quite a few community of interest submissions. So starting first with one from Azalea Park and Fairmont Park. If you'll give me just a moment. So this community here asked to be kept separate from City Heights. I'll share now some community of interest submissions we received from City Heights. Some of those described City Heights in this way and agreed keeping that separate. I'll share 2 others. These next 2, these are both City Heights as well. Those both included that particular area, so they disagreed on that point. In terms of City Heights, the descriptions here, many folks talked about there being immigrants from Africa, Vietnam, Haiti, Mexico, and Latin America. A lot of refugees, working families, and several of them talked about Lemon Grove, characterized as an extension of the City Heights neighborhood, and then also La Mesa, the Skyline communities, and the city of El Cajon, Spring Valley, and then of course City Heights included in that as well. Okay. So shifting now a little bit further south, some folks spoke about southeast San Diego. You can see here one definition or one boundary. The commonalities that several folks identified here were that it was a diverse working class community, significantly Black. And here's in red, you can see one that's identified as Paradise Hills and identifying a similar area and talking about similar needs. I have next, also in a similar area, 2 community of interest submissions. One was, I believe, collected at a community event at a barber shop, and the other at a boxing gym. And so in both, they talked about the young people that they spoke to wanted to see investment in schools. They described their community as being made up of African and Caribbean immigrants. They talked about frustration with law enforcement and frequent stops. And they asked to be with other areas that have a growing Black population. And they requested to be separate from anything north of La Mesa. And so zooming out just a little bit, we heard from several of those folks talking about immigrant communities. We received one submission here which talks about this community of interest as significantly consisting of refugee populations from Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Talked about family and community being important. And they especially noted, and I'll just quickly turn on the existing districts, they noted that they're divided in the state Senate, state assembly, and congressional districts, which they said is especially difficult for many of the folks in their community being refugees, trying to navigate the American political system and generally turning to their community for resources, but folks being in a different district and not knowing how to help them or who to direct them to. So shifting here to South Bay, this community of interest submission talked about, they described this as a mostly Latinx, but has a small Black, mostly military community, asked to be kept with San Isidro, National City, and Chula Vista, and kept apart from Otay Mesa. And so I'm going to zoom out here. And so the next county I'll be talking about, of course, is Imperial. This one will be a little bit quicker, given that there are 3 community of interest submissions specifically from Imperial Valley. All of them, all of the community of interest testimony I reviewed from Imperial requested keeping it whole, which is possible. Imperial County is a much smaller population than the other counties that we've been talking about, which are generally about 3 million people or so. And so there was, I'll mainly just talk about Imperial County and the communities that folks submitted from there in relation to some of the other areas that they asked to be kept whole with or separate from.
Could you turn on the terrain layer for this one?
Oh, of course, absolutely. This is exactly when we should, when we're talking about Imperial Valley. Thank you. Okay. So there were 2 folks here with that just submitted the boundaries of Imperial, and I'll just read a little bit of description here. They identified the community as being rural, Hispanic, and agricultural, and they especially talked about being a renewable energy capital, which is similar to Coachella Valley. And they all, the other individual indicated that the lower East Coachella Valley is a nearby community that the Imperial Valley has much in common with. And they talked about the Salton Sea, which you can see here, as well as lack of access to healthcare and economic opportunities. And so they requested to be kept with the Coachella Valley and separate from San Diego. And so one of them said, and I quote, "We get ignored by our federal congressman." And so you can see here the current congressional district stretches into San Diego. And so the population is primarily concentrated here in southern San Diego. Okay. So moving north to, or actually just one more, while we're on Imperial, one more submission that we received here identified well the cities here in Imperial and also grouped them with Coachella Valley. And so I'm going to talk next about Coachella Valley, but you'll notice that they're not including all the cities of Coachella Valley in their definition of what they would like to be kept with. And so this person wrote, "Our border status isn't the most significant aspect of our community. While it is significant, we're primarily a rural and agricultural community and asked to be kept with the Coachella Valley, which they identified as a Latino and agricultural community. And so they asked to be kept with, as I said, the Coachella Valley and separate from Chula Vista and San Diego." And so they mentioned the current congressional, which I showed you, and also state Senate districts, which similarly reaches in to pick up a significant population of San Diego and combines that with Imperial.
John, could you remind us on the map where Chula Vista is?
Oh, of course. I'm so sorry. Yes. So here, if we zoom in, it's right here in southwestern San Diego County, and I'll show you exactly where that is. So it's right here. It's this yellow city here.
Thank you.
And so I'll turn on the boundary lines as well for just a moment. So you can see here, this is the Senate District 40, stretching from Imperial County here to pick up a portion of San Diego. And then Congressional District 51, which stretches in to pick up a portion of Chula Vista, as well as some of National City and some of San Diego. And again, I really apologize about the white roads, and I promise I'll have that sorted the next time I talk to you. Okay. So here, let me, I'm going to turn off the landmark layer just because it's covering up some of the terrain, and it will have the same labels. Okay. So shifting up here to the Coachella Valley, or rather Riverside as a whole. So in Riverside, I'm going to start off, I'm going to by and large work from east to west. So I'm going to start off with Coachella Valley, and then I'm going to work, talk about some of the connections back to Imperial County, talk about some of the communities here along the border and their connections to San Diego, especially Temecula, and then come up along the coast of Orange County, talk a little bit about some of these Valley and Mountain communities here, and then transition into San Bernardino. So leading off with Coachella Valley. So I'm going to share first two community of interest submissions from Coachella Valley. These both requested that Coachella Valley be kept whole. You'll notice that they differed slightly in their boundaries and what they included in Coachella Valley. And here, I'll just scroll down and I'll be able to give you specifics. So they said it should be kept whole in all districts, and they mentioned that it's currently split in the assembly districts. And so I'll turn that on so you can see that. They mentioned a dedicated news media outlets, radio and TV, newspapers and television, unified government and intertwined economy. And the other mentioned that we are large enough to be one district. All the communities should be one contiguous district. And actually the other individual mentioned that their map may be inaccurate due to some technology access issues that they had in, and so that's the yellow boundaries. They indicated they might have drawn it slightly inaccurately, so that could explain the difference. And so that is one conception of the Coachella Valley, and that is from some folks who requested that it be kept whole. So I'm next going to talk about some folks who potentially are from the same communities but disagree about that, and also about what they would rather be kept with. And so here you can see in red, this is somebody who's also from the Coachella Valley, but they're saying that they would like to have a portion of the eastern Coachella Valley, as well as the entirety of Imperial County, kept whole in a single district. And so this individual talked about the Salton Sea, a long history of migrant and immigrant worker rights. And they also requested that they be kept separate from West Coachella Valley. So it wasn't uniform that folks in Coachella Valley were all asking to be kept whole. So looking now at some possibilities from other folks who talked about what they would like to have Coachella Valley kept with. This first submission talked about Coachella Valley being in a district that extended all the way to the Arizona border, so including Blythe and all the communities along the way. They requested to be, give me just a second. They requested to be kept separate from Imperial and San Bernardino counties. They talked about a common climate, geography, and economy. And they, again, as I said, they asked to be kept separate from Imperial. So looking at another conception of that same area, Coachella Valley, this individual indicated that they don't feel a commonality with the communities to the east. They did indicate that they would like to be kept with at least some portions of Imperial, some portions of San Bernardino. And you can see here, this is Joshua Tree area, so Yucca Valley, 29 Palms. And so in their conception of the Coachella Valley, they defined it as a desert mountains area. And they included Morongo and Yucca Valley, again, as I said, Joshua Tree, some of those other communities in San Bernardino as part of what they see as their community of interest. They did say that they would like to be kept separate from Hemet to Temecula. So Hemet is here in red, and Temecula is down south here in blue, as well as Blythe, which I previously mentioned is on the far east border with Arizona. So one last community here that I'll mention. This is actually a community from San Bernardino, but I just mentioned it because it expressly requested, here I'll show you, it's in red. So this individual identified these communities as being their community, and they specifically requested to be kept with the Coachella Valley and kept separate from anywhere else in San Bernardino. And so they identified tourism, desert landscapes, water resources, and wildfires as being common interests, which are relevant to both them and areas in the Coachella Valley. All right, and so shifting now to Temecula. So Temecula currently is kept in a few, it's in districts and sometimes it's with Riverside and sometimes with San Diego. And so a number of folks submitted just this boundary as a community of interest. And I'm just going to share what some of those folks said. And I'll also actually just turn on the line so you can take a look at what it currently looks like. Let me see. So one person talked about this being a bedroom community, retailing and tourism being important. And they talked about wanting to be kept with Riverside and being kept separate from San Diego. Another talked about seeing Murrieta, Wildomar, Menifee, Hemet, and Lake Elsinore as being common areas of interest, and asked to be kept separate from Escondido, San Marcos, and other communities in San Diego. One individual identified Temecula as being a rural area and felt that they had a lot of commonalities with other rural areas in San Diego. So that was the assembly districts. I'll turn on congressional so you can see as well. And so they asked to be kept with areas and cities of unincorporated San Diego County, like Rainbow and Pala, as having similar cultures and societal attitudes. So there was disagreement about whether Temecula should be with San Diego or Riverside, and several folks pointed to the current districts and their dissatisfaction with how it was currently drawn. If I can just zoom out. So taking a look now at some of the conceptions that folks had for a broader Temecula or Southwest Riverside community of interest. I apologize. Actually, this was the submission from the individual who indicated that they would like to be kept with portions of San Diego. So shifting now, as I said, to look at some of those conceptions of what a Southwest Riverside community or residential district looks like. This was an individual from Menifee describing this as their community, and I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see better. They identified this area and their neighbors as being newly expanding cities with rural roots. You can see here another definition of this community, which stretches all the way from the San Diego border up north to the San Bernardino border, encompassing all of the Orange County border. Talking about transportation, schools, and shopping. Here is another community. So this community here in red was in Lake Elsinore, and they were explicitly asking to be kept separate from some of these areas further north, like Corona. Here we have a community in green right here in Temescal Valley. And they described shared shopping and community centers, and they asked to be kept with Lake Elsinore as well as Corona. So there was, again, some disagreement here as folks were defining their communities and saying they would or would not like to be kept with some of the neighboring communities. So moving north here to Corona, again, we see something similar. There were two communities of interest here identified in Corona, both talking about lower income individuals concerned about rent control in schools and asking to be kept separate from Norco, which is here, it's this pink community here to the north. We also received a submission from an individual in Norco asking that all these communities be kept together and identifying their commonalities as being an older population, a high number of veterans. Okay, so shifting now to talk a little bit about Riverside, and especially some folks wanted to talk about the relationship to downtown Riverside. We had a submission here from community in Jurupa Valley, Rubidoux, who asked to be kept separate from downtown Riverside. They said that they felt that the current state Senate districts looked gerrymandered. And so they felt that they were in the shadow of Riverside City. Here, some folks up in the north side of Riverside asked to be kept with downtown Riverside. They said they had commonalities of being old established communities. And then here we have another community identified as UC Riverside, and the individual said that they would like to be kept apart from downtown Riverside and instead with like Elsinore, Paris, Moreno Valley, and Palm Springs if possible. So shifting a little bit south here. We received a couple of different, here's two submissions from Paris. And so it's a couple of different conceptions about what their community is from Paris. So here's the first one, which encompasses Riverside, Moreno Valley, and Paris. And the second takes in, again, Paris, Moreno Valley, but also includes, for example, Lake Matthews. And so with these communities, what they talked about was public transport, March Air Base being significant for the economy, it being a fast growing community. And several of them talked about diversity as being important. And so this submission here, which is a bit of a larger community of interest, talked about similar sorts of aspects as the two preceding that I showed in blue and yellow, and also has expressed some concern with the current boundaries. Specifically, they felt that the district was gerrymandered with partisan intent. Moving further south, or rather, this is what I meant to talk about with Paris. There were two different conceptions here. One individual here was submitting a community of interest talking about Paris, Moreno Valley, and Riverside. And another talked about Paris and Moreno Valley being together, but indicated that they felt that San Jacinto and Hemet were more their shared community. And so the individual who submitted the community of interest in yellow talked about an African-American community with common cultural and health needs. While the other individual talked about receiving shopping and healthcare from these nearby cities. So moving a little bit east here to talk about the Beaumont Pass. I'm sorry, the Banning Pass. Beaumont and Banning area. So this community, or these communities, talked about common geography, weather, environment, climate, and watershed. And so here's a couple of conceptions. Some of them were more expansive, going over the San Bernardino border. Some of them kept entirely within Riverside. And so there was disagreement about what they wanted to be kept separate from. The first indicated Hemet and San Jacinto. The second in yellow indicated that they would like to be kept separate from the low desert. They said it would be a bad addition to the community with different social and cultural views. And the third in red indicated that they would like to be kept separate from mountain and desert, San Jacinto Valley, and urban Moreno Valley. So moving north to San Bernardino, so we had 87 community of interest submissions here, many of which were on the border with Los Angeles, and especially down here in the Chino Hills, Ontario area. And so I'll just start just by noting there were also some submissions that talked about San Bernardino and San Bernardino in relation to some of the counties to the north. And let me just turn off the terrain for a moment so I can show the counties a little bit more easily.
John, just as an
yes.
FYI, I believe we are scheduled for a mandatory lunch break in about 10 minutes. And if you don't finish before that, that's totally fine. We can come back and finish up afterwards. But I just wanted to let you know that before you get going.
Okay, wonderful. I apologize for running a little bit late, but like
no,
I said,
not at all. Not at all.
281 communities of interest. So I was trying to fit them all in here.
Absolutely.
In 60 minutes. Okay. Okay, so I'll continue at the pace I've been going. I hope that's all right. I won't try and rush through it then. I'll still try and be expeditious. So with San Bernardino, what I'm going to start first is I'm just going to talk just very briefly about San Bernardino in relation to some of the counties to the north. Willie already in his presentation showed some of those configurations, so I'm not going to duplicate that, as I said. But I did want to just share kind of some of the commonalities that I saw in looking at some of the submissions that people provided, talking about what they were looking to see from San Bernardino looking north. And then I'm going to talk about the high desert, and I'll just work my way southwest, and I'll end on, as I said, Ontario, and then Chino and the Chino Hills area.
Great. John, can you put the train back on when you're talking about, the high desert? And...
Yep. Okay. So looking north, the commonality that I was seeing across folks identifying other counties that they would like to be kept with generally included Inyo County here, as well as, just going a little bit north, Mono and, and of course, San Bernardino, which is similar, I think, to one of the current districts. And so what they were identifying was this Eastern Sierra corridor connected by the rural environment and the transportation corridor along Highway 395, connected by the Sierra Mountain Range, as well as closed off from the rest of the state by its mountains, which Willie talked a little bit about in his presentation, as well as shared tourism economies, national parks, and outdoor recreation. Okay. So shifting now to talk just a little bit about some of the communities of interest that were identified in San Bernardino. Okay. So this first one here is called Morongo Basin. And so they identified their community of interest as having shared environmental recreation and tourism economy, a risk of forest fires. And I'm not showing it here, but there was another community of interest submission that just consisted of Joshua Tree, and noted that they felt that Joshua Tree had a different culture than the rest of the high desert. One challenge in this area was that some communities of interest submissions were seeing Morongo Basin aligned with Victor Valley here to the northwest, while others were seeing them as having closer ties to the Coachella Valley. So there was disagreement on that among folks in this area. Moving a little bit northwest, this submission was from Big Bear. And so here, just give me 1 second. So this submission talked about their community of interest being tied together by common rural tourism needs, and also noted that they associate with neighboring mountain and desert areas. And so they asked to be, this is again from Big Bear, they asked to be kept with mountain communities in San Bernardino County, communities like Lake Arrowhead, Crestline, and Wrightwood, and to be grouped with rural communities that share their tourist economies, like those in Joshua Tree and Morongo Basin. They asked to be kept separate from dense urban communities like San Bernardino or Fontana. So this is another community of interest submission that encompasses many of the same cities, but this and communities, but this one was coming from down here. This community right here, this city right here is Rancho Cucamonga, and the portion to the northwest is Alta Loma, which is formerly a farming community that merged with the city, which they talk about in their submission. They identified as being a more rural part of Rancho Cucamonga and agriculture and wildfires being significant issues there. They asked to be kept with Wrightwood, San Antonio Heights, the high desert, and other rural areas, and kept separate from Fontana and Ontario. And so this is another submission. Again, this was coming from Alta Loma and asking to be kept with similar areas, but it had a slightly different conception of which areas they would like to be kept with, or what they saw as their broader community. And so again, talking about the rural, broader rural communities in San Bernardino, but again, folks had differing definitions of them. Okay. So this portion is a little bit different. Previously, I was focusing on a single community and talking about what other folks saw as their commonalities. And with this one, I'm talking about folks who generally grouped many of the same cities or communities together, but were coming from different areas. So previously, we saw this submission, which was from Big Bear Lake. We saw these two in yellow and red, which were both coming from Alta Loma. And so next we're going to see one from the Victor Valley area. So this is a group that several of the others had indicated they would like to be kept with. In this submission, the individual identified common infrastructure needs, a shared court district a shared court district, sorry. So in their testimony, they identified that due to budget cuts for some court needs, civil or family, they need to travel to Barstow, while for others, they need to travel, Barstow folks need to travel to Victorville. And also just broadly a shared culture. So they asked to be kept with Barstow. And they more broadly define this as, or their community, they more broadly defined as, they specifically listed all these county borders and the state border, and they asked for everything north of the 40 to be included with them as a community of interest.
John, I think before we move on, we are
right up at time. Yeah.
Yeah, we're right up at time. No, but this is great. And when we come back, we can most certainly take the time to finish this, because I think this is super important and really great. So maybe we can pick up right where we left off when we come back from that break, if that sounds good for everyone. I just wanted to oh, yep, go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I also want to say, because Sarah, we lost Sarah there for a bit. And John mentioned some other areas that if he had a bit more time, he would really like to get into. The intersection of Orange and LA, and then the canyons of Orange and San Bernardino, I think it was, or is it in across? And I think we would all appreciate a bit more information about that. Am I taking a sort of temperature read? I'm getting a few nods.
I apologize. I do have to say I'm not prepared to discuss it, but I did want to flag that as an area which absolutely deserves further discussion. And on a future presentation, I'd be more than happy to discuss, but just given the time constraints, I thought I wouldn't be able to get to it. So in this presentation, what I do is I identify a couple of those kind of what I saw as representative communities of interest from those areas to share. But in one example, for example, Upland, Ontario, I show 5, but there's about 40 different submissions, and many of them are talking about very differing needs.
Okay.
So I wanted to flag it, but I'm not ready to talk about that.
Okay, but when we come back, if you could just kind of do that with a map,
absolutely,
would be really helpful. Yes. And then we can say, okay, these are areas that we will be coming back to with a little bit more information than, just a quick that area. I think would be very helpful. And so time-wise, you would need about 15 minutes or so, or do we need to pin that down?
Yeah, if you give me just a moment, I can look really quickly to see. Yes, I would say probably certainly quicker than 20 minutes, but that's probably fair. Yep.
Great. So when we come back, we'll finish up this tour of San Bernardino and surrounding areas with John for about 15 to 20 minutes. And then just briefly, just as a preview, we'll then move on to a conversation about our line drawing processes. There are a few documents that have been posted as handouts for this meeting. Apologies, they were posted a little later than anticipated. So please, if you can, spend some time during the lunch break just to review those. My preference is to do that during the lunch break if commissioners are okay with that, just so that we don't prolong the day. But if folks really feel like they would prefer to have additional time beyond the 1 hour lunch break to read them, please let me know. We'll try to go through those documents that have been posted. One of them is a document coming from the jointly from the line drawing and legal teams, our consultants, which Karen McDonald will join us and help us answer any questions and make sure that we understand their perspective in terms of the next few weeks. We also have a document from the line drawing subcommittee to discuss the receiving district public district map proposals and ideas. And then I believe Russell and Trina will give us an update as well in terms of the conversations around the playbook and their next steps. So with that, Chair Fornashari, I will hand it back to you.
Okay, great. Well, we'll break for lunch and return at 1:30. So we'll see you then. Welcome back, California. We are continuing our tour of the COI input that we've received so far, and I will turn it back over to John to continue.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. So we just, before the break, wrapped up speaking about some of the communities in the high desert, and we're going to now talk about some communities in southwestern San Bernardino, and some of them will still express some commonality with the high desert potentially.
John, before we
Yes,
get
go ahead.
started there, were there any that crossed the LA San Bernardino County lines between Antelope Valley and Victor Valley?
So up north here in the less populated areas?
Yes.
Up here. Yes, there were a few, and I'm sorry, I don't have those ready to pull up, but there were some folks who did talk about them.
Okay, thank you.
And I was able to pull up roads. I apologize, I didn't have that earlier. And let me just turn on cities as well. We're going to talk about the Highland area. So this community here was described as East Highland. And so what they talked about in terms of what they see as aspects that connect their community were wildfires, public safety, and being rural. They asked to be with rural areas like Crestline. Here, let me zoom in so you can see the cities here. Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, Running Springs, and Big Bear. That are connected along Highway 330. And they also talked about Yucaipa, Oakland, and Mentone with Highway 38. And so they requested that they be kept separate from urban areas like Redlands here in red. And so again, this was a community of interest submitted by someone identifying their community as Highland. Here's another community of interest, and this is submitted by someone also from Highland. And the way that they described their community of interest was they said that they've got a commonality in terms of poor environmental quality concerns, and that they're less rural and more urban. And so this is contradictory to what the other person was indicating about their community. So this person requested to be with communities like Redlands, San Bernardino City, and be kept separate from rural areas like Running Springs, like Arrowhead and Big Bear. And so they reported that they don't like being joined with rural areas in their current district. So shifting just a little bit south to Redlands. I'm going to talk about just a couple of community of interest submissions from this area. So this particular submission talked about there being a shared government structures, common recreation, connected by transportation infrastructure and environmental concerns, specifically between Redlands, Yucaipa, and Mentone. And here, let me just zoom in a little bit better. So you can see. So you can see that there. And so they didn't like that they're divided in their current district, that they see their community as being divided. So you can see in the congressional lines, state assembly, and then they're kept whole in the existing state Senate district. So another community of interest in this general area, this was from Grand Terrace, which is here to the south. And so you can see that they described their community as being wealthier than some of the neighboring communities that they're currently in a district with, so San Bernardino and the areas to the north. And so they identified Redlands and Loma Linda as being communities they would rather be connected to. And that's it for that one. So again, staying in the same area, this was a larger description of this broad area and community of interest. And so what they talked about were that there are shared transportation routes, common travel and shopping interests, and they especially like following the existing city and county boundaries. And so they emphasized that the mountain and desert areas should be kept together, rural communities. And so they asked to be kept entirely within Riverside County. And again, they said mountains share more in common with desert than valley. Valley is urban metro suburbs. In a similar area, and again, this is looking at Redlands and the surrounding area. This person identified their community of interest as consisting of, and I'm quoting here, suburbs, commuting, traffic, school needs for families, lack of good internet, recreation, logistics, and wildfire. And they noted that they were divided on all 3 levels of districts 10 years ago. And so the way that they described it is they said they were cracked in their congressional districts. And you can see here that it divides this area, this community. They said they are gerrymandered in their state assembly district. So again, their community is split. And then they described, and I'm quoting here in all these lines, they characterized their state Senate district as being bananas. And they requested to be kept with, again, Redlands and Yucaipa, and kept apart from communities to the west, like Wrightwood, Rancho Cucamonga, and San Bernardino. So shifting west here to the Fontana and Rialto areas, we received a number of submissions from this area and folks who talked about had community of interest boundaries similar to this. They identified this community as being lower income, blue collar. They characterized it as having lots of people of color, especially Asian, Latinx, and African American. And by the way, when I say Latino or Latinx or people of color, what I tried to do was use the actual terms that folks were using to describe their community or the neighboring communities to the extent possible. So they talked about some of the African American neighborhoods there having ties in Fontana and Rialto, but that this community being distinct from the city of San Bernardino. And so just looking at a couple of other submissions from this area, in this case, someone was recommending connecting with Ontario. In another case, they were reaching the other direction. And in this case, they were actually advocating for connection to San Bernardino. And so they were sometimes combined with San Bernardino and sometimes also with Bloomington. So there was disagreement, but Fontana and Rialto were consistently representing the core of what these folks were identifying as their community. So staying again here with just this core of Fontana and Rialto, this was a larger area that somebody identified as a potential community of interest reflecting these similar interests. And then there's one more that I want to show that also shows just a larger conception of what that would be. And so again, there's some disagreement about whether this cuts into Riverside, and if it does, how much that picks up, and also in San Bernardino about which communities it includes. So the last two areas that I'm going to talk about, this is where, in the first area, I'm going to talk about Ontario and Upland. And so you can see here in San Bernardino, there were about maybe 41 different submissions just about this area, specifically tying together those two communities, and many of them just had slight differences in terms of their boundaries. So I'm just going to show 5 community of interest maps that I pulled as kind of representative examples, but I'll talk just a little bit about some of the common interests that some of the folks talked about in these areas. And then also, here, let me turn off Fontana, Rialto. Okay. So in the, but this, again, this is an example of one of those areas where there were a number of submissions, is especially on the border. And there were just some significant disagreement about what that community of interest was and what it should be combined with. So I wanted to flag that to the commission as an area for additional analysis. So what folks were identifying here was the creation of quality jobs and housing, young people and families, significant growth of cities, and here I'll just show another one of the communities where folks were talking about similar aspects, a large blue-collar workforce, unions, the economic importance of the Ontario airport was mentioned. I don't have it, but one individual, I believe, submitted actually an example showing kind of based around the Ontario airport. Folks talked about struggling school districts. Some of them talked about the relationship with Cal Poly Pomona, and you can see here that this one stretches over to incorporate, both of these stretch over to incorporate a portion of Pomona. But then again, there was some disagreement about what is included and what doesn't get included. So some folks did include, reached into Los Angeles, included some portions like Claremont, or Pomona. And here you can see that some folks were reaching farther north to include areas like Fontana, or even stretching in to include some portions of San Bernardino. So just one other area they'll note where there was some disagreement. Again, keeping this core of Ontario and often including Ontario and Upland, sometimes folks were reaching down farther to include Chino, some folks were asking to exclude that, and some folks were reaching farther to include even more communities to the south. That said, a couple of folks did mention that they were satisfied with their existing congressional districts. So I'll just put that on for a moment, which is Congressional District 35. So it has here Chino, Ontario, Pomona, and then stretching east to pick up Fontana and a portion of, it looks like Bloomington. Okay. So the last grouping that I'm going to talk about just before I say a couple of words to sum up is here with Chino and Chino Hills, which is right at the intersection of Los Angeles, Orange, Riverside, and San Bernardino. And there was, again, a fair number of submissions, and again, some considerable disagreements. So I'll just share 4 community of interest boundary maps, and then also some characteristics that some folks talked about. So this here was just, this was a grouping of Chino and Chino Hills. Some folks did want those together. Some folks disagreed and wanted them separate. Sometimes they grouped these communities with more inland empire cities, so cutting into San Bernardino or Riverside. Some folks were keeping these communities as the core and then reaching into Los Angeles or into Orange County in some examples, as you can see from this red community of interest map. And again, some folks reached considerably in. And so I'm sharing this one, which includes Whittier and Fullerton, you can see. But that wasn't necessarily universally the case. There were some folks who indicated, for example, that they wanted to be kept separate from Whittier, Hacienda Heights, Roland Heights, La Habra, West Covina, Diamond Bar, Walnut, and in this case, in Chino Hills. So that was an individual in Chino expressing that. So unfortunately, I'm less helpful than I wish I could be, but just identifying that this particular corner and these this grouping of cities was one where we did receive a fair amount of testimony, and I did want to share that as a potential area where there could be some challenging decisions, but there wasn't necessarily a universal agreement on what the community was or what the boundaries were or what the way was to go there. So let me just say a couple last comments about some of the descriptive characteristics that some of the folks talking about this area with Chino Hills mentioned. And many of them mentioned shared shopping, recreation, and topography, as well as those being growing communities and the business networks being important. So that is, that's the last of the community of interest that I was going to talk about. If it's all right, I just want to say a couple words, summing up a couple of thoughts. Well, actually, the first thing is, right, so I said at the outset, there were 281 communities of interest submitted just in this region, just through the community of interest mapping tool. And I received tremendous help from Sivan on the mapping team, just in processing those, identifying patterns and pulling those out, and that was enormously helpful. In this presentation, I only talked about 128 communities of interest, so there's a fair number that didn't appear. And I'm just noting that because I want to make sure that you know where there's potential gaps here. Areas where I didn't talk as much and where we did receive a fair number of submissions, as Commissioner Kennedy noted, there were a couple of submissions up here crossing into another region. And I would especially note, as I talked about here, there were a fair number crossing into Los Angeles. I tried to show some representative examples, but then also down in Orange County. So the region border areas is one where I think that certainly requires some further study, since folks' communities aren't necessarily defined by the boundaries of our outreach zones or of the counties. I did try to show at least a few to give a sense of what some of those communities are, but I think it certainly needs some more looking. Just one last thing that I just wanted to say, if I might. As I was looking through all this community of interest testimony, and again, this is only the submissions submitted through the community of interest mapping tool, and only the submissions that were submitted by September 1st. If you can see it, what I just turned on is a layer which is the Indian reservations. And so there are a fair number in San Diego as well as in Riverside, but I didn't see a lot of submission from these communities. And it's possible that I missed it, but that just seemed like one area where we might want to potentially do some additional outreach. So that is, that's all I had on the presentation. Very happy to field any questions, but I know you also have a very busy agenda, so I will be happy to hand that off to the chair if you need to move on.
No problem. Thank you so much. This was really helpful. Questions or comments from commissioners for John? Commissioner Kennedy and then Sinai.
Wanted to thank John for that last mention. I did reach out to all of the tribal nations in Riverside and San Bernardino counties. We of course heard from the Luiseno yesterday, and I was poised to ask Karn and Andrew if we had such a map layer. So I'm happy to see that we do, and at some point look forward to taking a closer look at that. Thank you.
If I can say something just very quickly. I just want to note that the map that I showed was of Indian reservations. And so often there will be additional tribal lands beyond that. So I just want to make sure that I'm not capturing all of it, but I just wanted to note that there did appear to be a community there and wanted to make sure we were talking to them.
Marcy, did you want to respond to that comment in particular?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'll flag this for the leads also as additional follow-up as well. So thank you for highlighting that.
Perfect.
Yeah. If that could be for all of the state, please.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Commissioner Sinai?
I know, well, first I want to say thank you, John. That was a really good, thorough report. And it would be helpful if all the mappers kind of gave those last pointers to us. And also, I really appreciated when you said in San Diego, this area we haven't gotten as much, which ironically is the area that usually has the loudest voice in San Diego. So, but I really did appreciate that, and I wanted to highlight that was really, really helpful for us as commissioners as well as for our field team. Regarding Native Americans, indigenous tribal lands, we have done outreach. We have, we brought them to present to us and stuff. And the truth is, it's going to be a lot like Zone B, where you just have to keep going back and making relationships. I just got an invitation last month after reaching out to the north, to the far north, all the different tribal groups up there. I just got an invitation last month to speak to one of the rancherias on North Coastal, and I did meet with them and talk to them a little, because it takes so long to build that trust and relationship that I didn't want to say, oops, sorry, we've closed the doors. But that's just something we're going to have to keep in mind. And with North, with a lot of we did present our very, very first presentation. I keep joking that my very first presentation, my very last presentation was actually with tribal communities, because the first one was with all the chairs of Southern California. And what I've been doing, so if you do have any relationships, and Marcy, maybe you can share this also with the field team, is I've been sending other information that might not be about redistricting. Like if I see grant opportunities for tribal communities, I'll send it to them as well. And just anything that I've been seeing that might help build that relationship and that trust, and not just make it only about redistricting. And that's, I think, where some of the doors have started opening up.
Great. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I just wanted to, first of all, thank the mappers for the information that they've been sharing, and to kind of name that I think that we really are just improving each time. I think the kind of description and the commentary we're getting now is so much more helpful than some of the initial kind of descriptors that we were receiving. And so I wanted to name that, because this has been very beneficial. And as well as I had an opportunity to look at some documentation about Joshua Tree and what have you, which just seeing it, I know we couldn't do our tours like we wanted to, but being able to flip through some of that and seeing the actual terrain while the mapper was doing their thing and giving the commentary, it just has made a huge difference for me. And just wanted to name that, because if there's an opportunity, even as we move forward, to be able to keep what you're doing now. And also, I don't know, maybe maybe I can do it on my own, but if there's a way we can start to show a visual as well as some of those places, I think it'll make a difference. It has for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. And I think that's such a great point that you raise, right? That I think that we've improved as we've moved on, and this has been a little bit of a trial and error kind of process, right? And when we first started by looking at Los Angeles, we kind of said, let's jump in and see how it goes, and we can make changes and adjustments. And I think that we're seeing that happening, and things like being able to turn on the terrain and get additional feedback from the mappers and outreach staff. Yeah, Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, because what I forgot to say, add in with the whole Morongo Valley and Joshua Tree and Twin Palms and all that, most of those, I feel like I know California. I've been here all of my life in California. But until I looked at it, I was like, oh man, that's like some real camping, rough terrain stuff that that I wouldn't just not have pictured otherwise, and I can't even imagine what else. We know California is diverse geography, and it's one thing saying it, but actually being able to see it. And that was just pictures. And so I feel like we just because of circumstances, we've probably been robbed a little bit of being able to go into some of those areas. And it's like, yeah, I'd love to go. And I'm like, maybe I won't do the camping thing. And but it was helpful seeing it. And yeah, so I just appreciate it. And we got to find a way, commissioners, to ensure that we have a full appreciation for the whole of our beautiful California, all of the land.
Absolutely, absolutely. And certainly, I know that there's some talk, I think Commissioner Kennedy and I are talking about having a geographer or doing a geography lesson. But certainly, Commissioner Anderson and I at a minimum can take this back and figure out, for some of the areas, I think as we've moved on from one region to another, we've seen changes in how we've presented, how this information has been presented. So, so think about, especially even next week when we're giving direction, if there's ways that we can kind of incorporate and catch up in some of the areas that we started with that we didn't necessarily receive all of that information. Commissioner Kennedy.
So 3 suggestions. This is in the absence of lots of road trips to see things in person. Number 1, something like Google Earth, get down to the street level and pick points or whatever and just kind of look around. You can poke around. You can't talk to people, but you can poke around and see what the place looks like on Google Earth. Second of all, counties and cities have websites. Some of them have convention and visitors bureaus. Those are going to give you something of an idea of these places. I often find myself looking up places on Wikipedia. And I think, if I had to do it all over again, one of the first things I would probably do is read all 58 county entries in Wikipedia from top to bottom and drill down from there. But, I even discovered, I think I read in one of these articles that there's actually a county seat in California that's not incorporated. I'm like,
how does that work?
That just seemed a bit odd, but it's out there. So, those sorts of things can help us fill in some, but not all of these gaps. But I would encourage all of us to think outside the box and figure out where we can fill some of these gaps. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And my apologies. I didn't realize I wasn't muted. Commissioners and then I think we're going to try and wrap up this section and move on.
And I just wanted to follow up on what Commissioner Kennedy did and maybe put some context into a statement I said earlier, months ago, that was totally misconstrued. And that was the idea of when I said, hey, can we invite other groups or associations to come and present? It would have been groups like the Chamber of the Visitors Bureaus, because a lot of them already have videos and can talk about the different regions. And so I just wanted to come back to that and just say, I'm sorry, I didn't explain it well, but that was the idea, was to give us that visual that we can't have because we're not on ground.
Great. Oh, Commissioner Akutagawa.
I just wanted to ask a question, and maybe this doesn't. Maybe this could be done in the form of an email to the outreach staff. John, you mentioned National City based on the input that we received, and I just took a quick look at National City. And the way you described it based on the input is it's a predominantly Latino community, but I know that from my understanding of the Asian and Pacific Islander community, there's a significant Filipino community there because of, the military ties. But yet the inputs that's been received is not reflective of it. And so I think I'm just thinking that there may be
other areas that we as commissioners have seen that maybe don't reflect, communities that we know are there but haven't been heard from. I'm wondering if we should also be pointing that out to, to maybe the outreach staff. And it's kind of similar to what the earlier conversation at the very beginning about, communities identifying themselves as just Latino communities or Hispanic communities. But I do know that, those designations, those identifications are important to certain cities and areas as well too. So I wanted to just note that and say it out loud, but also, I guess, in a sense, ask a question about whether or not that needs to be pointed out to the outreach team.
Mr. Fernandez? Oh, I don't know if Marcy wants to jump in first.
I just wanted to kind of respond to Commissioner Akutagawa's comment. And we have to remember that these are individuals that are calling in. So if I'm Latino, maybe that's what I'm concentrating on is I'm saying there is a huge, I'm not saying it's the only community in National City. And I do recall having some callers call in for National City, noting that there are huge Filipino, and I have relatives there. I know that there are huge Filipino communities as well as Hispanic communities there. But I think we also need to just remember that these potentially are individuals. They're communities of interest, and normally when you submit your community of interest, it's what you're focusing on. So if I'm probably not going to focus on everything else that's in my community, I'm going to focus on those things that are important to me. So I think it's good that it's balanced, because we have had other COIs that have different ethnicities or nationalities, whatever you want to call them. But we just have to remember that they're individuals based on individuals' perspectives.
I think that's actually a really great point. And I mean, the other side, I'll just insert myself here. The other side piece to this is that, of course, the census data and the VRA analysis and everything with all of that data analysis is coming. We don't have it yet, but will also help to fill in some of those gaps, perhaps. I think Marcy had a hand up, as well as Commissioner Sinai. Did either of you want to still get in there and have any last words before we move on?
Just quickly, Andrew is Filipino and he has done a ton of outreach, but as Commissioner Fernandez said, that has come up in our conversations, in our COI inputs, public sessions. And I think in National City, one of the big issues, one of the things, there's a lot of different issues, and it's a city that's been split, and it's always been split in half Filipino, half Latino, and they're working on coming together. So it's good feedback that we didn't get COIs from the tool, but we have gotten call-ins, and the Asian Justice, whatever the group that's been doing a lot of the outreach to the Asians, they did submit that as well, highlighted all the different communities.
Thank you. As we wrap up, Andrew or Karin, any final words on mapping at this stage before we move on to our discussion of processes?
Yeah, hello, commissioners. This is Karin. Nice to see all of you. I'm sorry I missed the earlier session. Happy Saturday afternoon. I actually heard about what happened this morning, and I wanted to just take a minute to apologize for the confusion this morning that arose when Tamina was starting to present. It's pretty clear that there was a miscommunication, and that was not on, that's on the management. So I will just let you know, this is not on the line drawers. The line drawing team is completely committed to delivering to you everything that you need, showing you everything that you need. They are not omitting anything. And whatever confusion was caused this morning really is on me, on Andrew, and on me, and we apologize for it. And, as you know, as Commissioner Sadwani just mentioned, and also Commissioners Turner and others, we are refining how we are showing you the COIs. We're not perfect. We're waiting for feedback. Sometimes there will be miscommunications, but we will do our utmost best. And whatever you did not see today, you will see next week. So I just wanted to make sure that you don't, leave today and you're worried about it this weekend while you're getting hopefully a day of rest tomorrow. We're here for you. And, again, this is a collaboration. We're not perfect. And on behalf of quote unquote management, I apologize for whatever miscommunication there was this morning. So thank you.
Just want to echo the same as Karen, and thank you, commissioners, for your time today. And as Karen said, but we will get this taken care of, and look forward to presenting to you next week.
Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. I'm sure we all do. And the good news is we've got lots more time together in the next weeks and months. So I'm sure that we will have a chance to review all of it. I want to move on to the next portion of our agenda for today, in which we were going to talk a little bit about our line drawing processes. There's kind of three areas that I think we're going to address this afternoon. The first one is, broadly speaking, how will line drawing work? And to that end, there's a document from jointly from the line drawing team and our council from Stromwasser, Wucher, and Becker. And so I thought perhaps we could start with that document, review it, talk about it, and walk through it. And Karen is here and able to help answer any questions or help respond a little bit. Second of all, the playbook conversation. I know Commissioners Turner and Yee have been working on drafting and doing that initial thinking for sure on a playbook for us. So certainly provide some time there. And then third, a public map input session. The line drawing subcommittee was asked to do some forward thinking about what it would mean to accept draft maps from communities, individuals, or community groups on the ground. So we've put together a proposal for the commission to review. I know that it is 2:05 and we will have a break at 3 p.m. So I think we can at least begin by jumping into a conversation about this document for how line drawing will work, if everyone is comfortable with that. Has everyone had a chance to read it, or would you like me to screen share that document?
So that's not the playbook, that's the one from your subcommittee.
Yes, this is entitled Playbook Overview, I believe. Mapping Playbook Overview. This technically comes, I suppose, from the line drawing subcommittee, though we did not ourselves write it. This actually came from our line drawing team and legal team, helping to really define the line drawing phases that we're about to enter into, as well as charting out some information for how to give direction to the line drawing team next week. So next week, as you recall, September 15th, 17th, and 18th, we'll be meeting to discuss all of these COIs and kind of go region by region to provide direction to the line drawing team. And there was a lot of questions about what does that mean, provide direction? What kind of direction? What might that look like? And so this document really is meant to help lay out exactly what type of direction the line drawing team is looking for. And I think we can also, just share that a member of the Stromwasser Wucher team will also be there with us during the times when we're meeting to give direction. My understanding is the VRA portion it's not done yet, but at a minimum, there might be some guidance that we could begin to receive. So in terms of this, I want to spend a little bit of time actually looking at the document before we go into a discussion, since it is fairly new to all of us. So as you'll see in the opening page, there are some definitions really of some of the key terminology that we anticipate using, including preliminary directions, visualizations, which are those hypothetical district boundaries that we're going to be developing in October, week by week, taking the opportunity to take multiple stabs at getting these maps right and considering different options that might be available to us. Public plans, these are the submissions from the public, potentially using the redistricting tool that's going to be available to them through the statewide database, or not, right? There could be individuals or organizations out there that have Maptitude or some other kind of mapping software that they would want to submit to us. And then finally, the statewide plans. So in phase 1, which is really next week, it's providing this preliminary direction, and the document really lays out some very specific kinds of ways to give direction. I'm not going to go through all of those, but just in great detail. But of course, there, you can see the 4 points there, thinking about providing if there's strong preferences that we want to provide for visualizations, exploring different possibilities, right? Do we want to include city X or city Y in this kind of area? Do we want to keep portions of Orange County with San Bernardino County, or do we want to try and split them up? Sorry, my screens are all moving around here. Multiple options as well as flexibility. And I think the key piece for next week to remind ourselves is that we're not trying to make any final decisions. We won't even have census data in front of us yet. So we're not really even hitting on that first criteria yet. But based on what we've heard and what we know, what do we want? What do we think we want to do, right? And we're 14 very wonderful and opinionated people, and I think we need this time and opportunity to start having those conversations. We've been in a listening mode for a very long time, and so this will really be our opportunity to think through. Well, what if we did it this way? What if we did it another way? Okay. Moving on to the phase 2 visualizations. Again, this is the agenda that we have planned out for October. All of those dates are, we had committed to, where we're meeting about three times per week, looking region by region each week, and working with the mappers to really begin developing those various visualizations. So some key pieces here, that they will not be complete plans. The whole purpose is to demonstrate some of those trade-offs, right, of what happens if you keep this community together, but cut off, that necessarily might mean you cut off somewhere else. What happens if you deviate from equal population a little bit more or a little bit less, right? So thinking about the various trade-offs that we'll have in front of us to decide on. And also reminding ourselves that they may or may not be interchangeable, right? Especially as we're working from section to section. If we make major changes in Los Angeles, it might influence how we want to end up districting the Central Valley or San Diego or anywhere else, right? So at the end of the day, the map is interconnected. And so really being cognizant of that, right? And remembering that we can continue to make refinements throughout. So I'm going to stop there. That was just a very brief overview of that document. I know Karin is here and available to help lead us through anything that I might have missed, or certainly also to respond to any questions. So at this point, I'll open it up for questions, comments, discussion.
Actually, before you do that, I just want to also just a couple of things in terms of dates. If we just go back to the very first part of the document, the preliminary direction, that's this next week, September, 15, 17, 18. The visualizations, that's October, parts of November, and being the second week of October, fourth week of October into November. That public plan idea, that's what we're talking about, the third week of October. It's just the 3 days of that week. And it's just to add, which we'll get into after we discuss this, what we're thinking for there, but that's just that 1/3 week in October. The rest of, and then the statewide plans, that will be fourth week of October, little November. The idea being this is our plan to come up with the draft maps. That's what we're talking about here. That's what this document is about. It's sort of a, so that with that, and also what I really want to bring your attention to for next week, if you look down on the third paragraph of that phase 1, it says, within each area, the line drawing team might be asked Commission for preliminary direction. With advance of those meetings, it's recommended that the Commission review all public data it has collected for each region. That means we have homework to do. And for your, write this down. On the 15th, we'll be looking at LA. On the 17th, we'll be looking at the coastal areas and San Francisco. Where on the 18th, we'll be hitting the north, central, and also southern in those different sections. So in terms of laying out your I see a question on a face. The northern area inland, and including like Central Valley, that whole section, and then down through the south, like you did today. They'll be in different sections. So that's just a quick overview in terms of which we'll get into.
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner Anderson. Definitely, I left out a lot of pieces there, so I appreciate that. I am seeing lots of hands. So I saw Commissioner Ahmad at first, and then I'm seeing Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Yee. I thought I saw ones before also.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. And I answered my own question. I was going to ask Commissioner Anderson, if those regions were posted anywhere, and they are posted on the website for our review. So I don't have to take notes. Thanks, Commissioner Anderson.
And we can certainly send them out via email if it's helpful as well. Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, if they're on the website, that I'll find it, and that was my question as well. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Yee. Oh, Commissioner Fornashari. Sorry, 1 second. I saw him.
Yeah, I want to say that Commissioner Sadwani and I are going to work together to get another schedule out for you all. That'll have the times for all 3 days, because there's going to be a business meeting shoved in there somewhere.
Yes, we're working to accommodate everyone's schedule. So, and these are moving targets. Things are pretty fluid right now. Thank you for that. Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. So this is a work in progress. And so you're setting out 4 phases. But just to be clear, you're only giving details then on the first 2 phases. And so phases 3 and 4, we'll expect that at some time. More details, yeah.
I see Karen McDonald shaking her head.
Yes, we're working on it. Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Yee. And yes, these are the first 2 phases, and the hope is that will give us something to think about until early October. But hopefully next week we will have the document with the additional 2 phases ready for your review.
Perfect, thank you.
Actually, just a quick, sorry to just jump in on that one. In the public plan, a little bit of the next document does go into that phase, that week of October portion of that. So that's that there's a little bit more information. It's not in the same format and stuff that we're what Ms. McDonald just said.
I have, in the order that I saw at least, was Commissioners Sinai, Kennedy, Akutagawa, and Fernandez. Commissioner Sinai?
I wanted to say thank you to both groups that worked on both documents, because they were very clear and are starting to lay out things in a way that helps us be in a common language, because I think a lot of this is in our head, but we all have different words for all of it. So I definitely appreciated this. It's funny because one of my questions were, are there different phases? And then when you all said there was, I was like, oh yeah, look, it says phase 1 and phase 2 on here. I guess I'm not good at reading headers. I'm really good, but so I thought that was really good. And this, I think, is probably for the other committee and subcommittee and the playbook committee, but I feel like we keep not talking about VRA, and that to me is such a critical place to start. And the last redistricting commission said, don't do anything until you really understand VRA. And so I may be jumping the gun here, and I apologize if I am, but I didn't want to walk away without saying that. But again, both of these documents are putting my crazy, stressed out mind, yes, Neil's laughing at me right now, my crazy stressed out mind at ease and allowing us all to be on the same page.
Very good. I am so glad to hear that. VRA, most certainly, my understanding, and maybe Karin, if you have any additional updates, my understanding is that we will have a training on RPV and kind of thinking about not the statistics of it, but how do we make decisions using it on September 23rd. I'm not sure if we're going to have the analysis done by the 28th and 29th, but it's still my great hope that we will. But I have not confirmed that yet from the Stromwasser team.
If you'd like me, would you like me just to weigh in, Commissioner Sadwani?
I would love it.
Okay. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Sinai. Mr. Becker and the Stromwasser-Wucher team will be in attendance on those 3 days, on the 15th, 17th, and 18th. And I believe our RPV analyst might actually also be there. So that one is a question mark to me because I probably wasn't properly paying attention. I'm not sure whether she's going to consult with them before or whether she will be there. The idea is that they may be able to weigh in and suggest perhaps some preliminary direction that you may give on the 15th and on the 17th and on the 18th already. So they will be able to give you something. This analysis is underway. And if you remember back to when Justin Levitt gave his initial presentation to you, he was talking about this iterative process, how there will be a preliminary process, then there will be additional analysis done, then one goes back, one refines, one does more analysis. And I think this is the first phase now that we're going to see is some level of preliminary analysis that is being done. And again, as Commissioner Sadwani just said, they are preparing a more comprehensive training for you, and will present information as they are getting it to you also. I hope that makes sense.
And what I'm thinking is perhaps we can just, it should be on the agendas and all, but maybe just a bullet pointed schedule of what's kind of happening over the next couple of weeks might be helpful. I have in this order Commissioners Kennedy, Akutagawa, and then Fernandez. And Commissioner Sinai, do you want to get back on that list? Okay, good.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if the listing of what areas are going to be dealt with on which dates can be specified down to the outreach zone level.
I believe they can. So we've kind of, as you saw, as we reviewed the COI in the COI tool testimony, we were trying to make that transition from outreach zone to the regions that the mappers, the Q2 haystack mappers are kind of responsible for. So it does largely kind of cross over. Like, so for today we did ACE, I think this morning. So we can go through and include those outreach zones that are associated with them.
Okay, and second, on the playbook document, as far as phases, I took the opportunity last night to reread the introductory 25 pages or so of the 2010 Commission's final report that was submitted with the maps. And it seems to me, and I think I put this in the initial Gantt chart as kind of a tickler. This is a point in time where we could very easily enough, or more easily than later when we're really under the gun, putting that part of the final report together and do, you know, a great job on those introductory sections before it gets into describing each individual district. So I would encourage us to think, okay, is this something that falls under the line drawing subcommittee, or does it fall under someone else? Who is going to be responsible for all or any part of it? And how can we get that initial drafting of the portions that are not dependent on the actual districts underway sooner rather than later? Thank you.
That's a great suggestion. Thank you. I had Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. Mine is just a clarification question. When I looked at the website, I appreciate what Commissioner Achman said. September 15th says Los Angeles, September 17th says Central California, September 18th says Coastal and Southern California. I just wanted to, I mean, I'm going to assume that what is on the website is correct. I think Commissioner Anderson, I thought I heard her say differently, so I just wanted to make sure that there's alignment.
You're correct. And I actually confess, I was just looking on the website. I did not see what Commissioner Gernot was saying, but it was switched. Originally, we were talking about having on the 17th was going to be the Northern Inland California, Central Valley, you know, essentially B, D, F, and G for our purposes. And that is being switched. That will now be on the morning of the 18th, where the coastal areas, which were our zones A, C, E, including the Bay Area, that's going to be on the morning of the 17th.
So right now it says coastal and Southern California on the 18th. So you're
Correct.
saying it's everything is swapped now?
What the portions that are swapped are the coastal Bay Area is swapped with the northern central inland, northern and central inland, those two. Southern is still on the afternoon of the 18th.
Okay, so
that makes sense.
Now,
Commissioner Anderson, why don't we just write
Correct.
that down and we will update that website.
Thank you.
Exactly
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
And
that
send it
way
out,
the
I think
public-
also with that bulleted list of dates and times and things.
Yeah, but I really appreciate Commissioner Kutagawa bringing that up, because for the public's, you know, looking forward for next week, it is the 15th is LA, the 17th is going to be the coastal areas, the 18th will be inland Central Valley, and then Southern. Now, if we do finish an area earlier, we will move to the next one, or if we need more time on a section, we will drift over into that next area. But that is the plan. So I just wanted everyone to know that. And thanks for bringing it up, that wasn't quite on the website.
Perfect. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Yes, I also wanted to thank you guys. Thank you all for this document. It was wonderful. Actually, kind of did set the stage in terms of moving forward. So thank you. I just had a couple of comments on it. One of them, Mr. Sanaya kind of touched on it, but I kind of came away from just wanting to ensure that we all know this, but that we have the criteria and specific orders that we need to go through. So it's that before our preferences. So it's just, and I didn't really get that in the document. So I don't know if maybe we need to be intentional and maybe spell that out. And then the other thing was, it's kind of minor, but I think it's me because my, I don't want to say vocabulary, but visualization. I was again I was talking to Commissioner Kutagawa, and I was trying to think of how would I explain what that meant to my mom. And it's kind of it can be a confusing term, because I think what we're trying to say is scenarios or options. And if you read the document, we do talk about scenarios and we do talk about options. And I mean, I know it's not a big issue, but for me, it kind of took me a while to grasp what we were talking about. And then I got it. And I was like, well, we're trying to make sure that we're inclusive and wanting to include as many people as we can. And sometimes we may need to look at some of the words that we use, but so that's a minor thing. Of course, I'm not going to fight on it, or that's not something I'm going to die on, but maybe just something we want to think about. But again, it's a really good document, and thank you. And thank you for noting like the dates of each phase. So I really appreciate that. And it just shows that we're going to be really, really busy the next few months. So thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Sinai and then Director Kaplan.
Thanks. Just a few things. What is really important about this document is, having read all the reports last month and really trying to figure out what was up ahead. And the reports, I mean, yeah, the one from the legal ones, the one from the commission, 2010 commission, the one, I don't know how many, but yeah, all the different reports that kind of said what happened in 2010 and try to get a feel. One of the things they did say, visualization is an actual word that's used in this field, and it wasn't explained well last time. So it stressed out the public, and they didn't really realize that there were scenarios or options. So this document does exactly that. And so I thank you all for doing that, because that is important. I am a little nervous, and I keep being the one who jumps in, even though I'm not on the playbook subcommittee, but there doesn't seem to be a clear delineation between what we need done by the playbook subcommittee and what the line drawing team is doing. And the line drawing team seems to be running with the line drawers and not allowing that space that we all need to have public conversations, not just the line drawing subcommittee with the line drawers, but that's why we have the playbook subcommittee, is to bring a lot of these issues to us. So I am a little nervous that we're going to start looking at things before we've had a deep conversation. And I'll say it again, I really believe in having conversations before anything is put in front of us. And so if there could be some clarity on that piece, because I think really the priority right now goes to the playbook subcommittee over the line drawing piece. Because if we don't get this right now in September, how we want to work together and how we want to talk about these things and what are some of the challenges, and we don't do it as a group, we're going to have a lot of issues later. So I wanted to call that and put it out there, just so that I can better understand, I and all of us can better understand how those priorities are happening. The other thing is, at the last meeting, I believe it was our last business meeting, as with all of you, it just kind of blurs in. But I did mention my concern about the management of both of our line drawing team and of our legal team. And it's not that we didn't have the diversity that we've been really striving through all the way through in our staff and on the commission. And I understand why that's the reality. But we are working, and I want to come back and say, we are working on trying to bring in those different voices, and those voices of color are important in talking about RPV and the racial polarizing voting and what we can be doing around Voting Rights Act. And I know that Commissioner Sadwani is an expert in this, but we also need to bring outside voices as well. And Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Fornashari are working on where to put it on the agenda. But I don't want to lose that, because that piece is really important to have. Someone from California who understands the complexities of it. And I know all our experts understand that, but California is very unique. And anytime I've worked on race and ethnicity issues with people outside of California, I always have to remind them of how different it is in California versus other places. And when you focus on the data, that helps, but it doesn't go far enough. Again, I totally support all the teams that we've brought on, but I do want to make sure that we are hearing those other voices complementing what we're doing and moving forward. And I'm not working on my own. I am working with the commissioners and sharing that. On the actual document, I had some questions, but I didn't know if they were pertinent now or if they're as we move along. And for example, one part we say we may have conflicting communities of interest, and we know we will, because today they showed us some of those conflicts. And with the tools that exist now, the digital tools, instead of waiting for people to call in, can't we create like surveys that we put out and put out in social media and we collect that data in that way, so we hear from more people versus just hearing from those who have the time, who are paying attention and who have the time to call in. And so there was just some of those little minutiae, little details that might not be what we need to discuss today.
Okay, thank you. Director Kaplan.
Sorry, just wanted to Freddie that you're going to be sending the updates on the upcoming meetings so we can update the schedule later. So thank you for sending it.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you said.
You cut out there for a bit.
Oh, I just wanted to I had raised my hand earlier in the conversation just to say thank you for sending the upcoming dates and info, and I've flagged to Freddie, so we'll be updating the website later when we get that.
Perfect. Yeah, and Commissioner Anderson and I will work on just making sure we have the right dates and zones and coordinating zones for the regions and all of those kind of good things, and send those over to you. Other questions, comments? We've had a lot of great discussion here. So Commissioner Sinai raised a number of points here. I just wanted to kind of follow up on a couple of them. First, in terms of playbook and line drawing, I think the playbook subcommittee was formed specifically so that the line drawers wouldn't continue to take on more items, and they're next up on the agenda. So certainly we are going to hear about their forward momentum in very short time. In terms of all of the additional trainings and speakers that you'd like to bring on, I'm just trying to get a sense of like the sense of the commission, if you will, to have additional trainings and speakers on. I think it's on. I'm not exactly sure. Commissioner Sinai, do you want to be a little bit more clear about what the trainings would be on the census? But
sure.
Like what aspect in particular?
So as you mentioned, Commissioner Kennedy and I are kind of working on different questions and things that have come up. And Commissioner Kennedy's mentioned the geography. Well, I think you did, but one on geography and just kind of understanding geography. The second is understanding Census 2020 and the race and ethnic components and how they've changed. And some of that, I believe, came up before, but for instance, a lot of people are saying the Black community in California has decreased in size. That is true if you look at the census data as just Black, but if you look at the census data as Black and other, it has actually increased. Latinos, we've always kind of, since 1990, we've had the opportunity to check that we're Latino and a different race, but Blacks, Asians, others have not. They've kind of had to choose one or the other. If you're Afro-Latino or Asian Latino, you can. But there are some nuances in the data that if we want, we can actually go deeper and understand our communities better than the unilateral, kind of the simple way that we've been defining them in the past. So it is the data is different than the data was in 2010. And we actually have more information than we ever have had about communities. But as the article that Commissioner Kennedy shared, social identity is a construct that changes, that evolves, and is dynamic. And as a white Latina, and learning that 50% of white Latino, the number dropped by 50%, that was interesting. And that's where that Brown is getting browner article from Manuel Pastor was interesting to me. But when the state demographer spoke and he said, well, now the census can actually reclassify people if your ancestry doesn't match what they expect your race to be, that raised some questions for me, because as a I checked Latina, as I always do. I checked white. And then for ancestry, I just put Latin American because there was no Peruvian, Mexican, Argentine in there. And I didn't know how far back they wanted me to go. Did they want to go to my Russian, Italian roots from 4 or 5 generations back? But if someone were to read that in the census, they might have just put me as other versus kept me as white. So there's a lot of different complexities in this. And the idea was to have someone who's been looking at this in California, and Tom Wong has agreed to do it. And he's at UCSD, and he's written a lot around immigration and refugees. And I found out in talking to him that he's actually working with the Black Census and Redistricting Hub, but looking at the data the way it's presented in 2020 and understanding these dynamics that are different than from 2010. And then the third one, only if we want it, because she had offered it, and Commissioner Kennedy has a contact as well, is Dita, who did head up the 2020 census complete count, had said, you know, when the data comes out, if you'd like me to come back and talk more about the data and the quality of data, or you have any questions, let me know. And Commissioner Kennedy also has a contact who's been working on one of the national committees on those pieces. So those were just 3 that kind of had come up at different times.
Yeah, and I think, you know, those are really important distinctions to make in the census. And of course, there's a lot of exciting and interesting components to the census. I guess I'm just trying to get a sense. We have a pretty strong agenda moving forward over the next couple of weeks. So I think you've mentioned 3 different trainings. I'm just trying to assess the desire of the commission to have all 3 of those, or have any portion of them, or how to prioritize those along with all of the other components that we have moving towards line drawing beginning in October. Commissioner Fernandez, I guess I saw your hand.
Yeah, I guess I'll just give my opinion on the trainings. I think that since the census information has come out, I've really dove into it, the information. I personally don't feel like I need additional training on the race and ethnicity portion of it. Geography, that might be a good maybe hour session. But I just think that, as you mentioned, our agenda is full, and there's been so many articles and there's so much information out there that we could individually look into if we don't feel comfortable with as we move forward with the data that we have. So personally, maybe geography for me. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Turner?
Definitely geography. The value I find in discussing and receiving training from different voices is the interpretation of the data as we're receiving it, to ensure that we're on the same page and how we're actually taking in the information. So I support Commissioner Sinai's suggestion that we find an opportunity with the changes, the different nuances in the 2020 census over the previous census. Data that's been made available, I think would be advantageous for me as a commissioner.
Commissioner Kutagawa, and then Kennedy.
Yeah, I want to also support what Commissioner Sinai and Turner are saying. I think we can definitely look at the different reports and publications, articles, and other things that have come out. And obviously it has the perspective of the person who's writing it, but it would be interesting to hear, I think, a discussion amongst all of us as well too, around that data. I know that we have a rather full schedule, so I don't know where and how long it would take, and if it's possible to squeeze into the current meetings that we have. I think I would honestly prefer not to add another meeting. But if it is possible to squeeze it in somewhere, that would be preferable, even if it's adding maybe an extra hour to a current meeting. I don't know.
That's helpful. I think I saw Commissioners Kennedy, Vasquez, and Turner.
Yeah, adding an hour or something to an existing meeting on the calendar is fine. I think we're at a point in the process where we have to acknowledge that, we have hard deadlines, and if we need to do something that requires us to add a meeting to the calendar, we need to add the meeting to the calendar. Thank you.
Commissioner Vasquez, did you still want to make a comment?
Everything I agree with that's already been said on this issue. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. Appreciate the thought. Yes, let's add the time that's needed. But with that, I wanted to say one of the things that, and I don't know if I got it into the lessons learned or not, but for the next training, even for the refresher VRA and the next training that's coming up, I'm hopeful that we think of them in terms of a real training. I'm finding that a lot of our trainings are matter-of-factly, and it feels like the target audience is for those that are the professors and those that you do this as a living. And the position that we took on was for all Californians everywhere. And so I'm grateful for the volumes of material that we received to read and what have you. But if we're going to have a training, I think the trainings should be training and not just a matter of fact, read through the slides, et cetera. So that if it's going to be an hour, let it be a really good training, scenarios, tests for understanding, interaction, as opposed to reading a presentation. And so going forward, this will be the opportunity to get it right. And I just wanted to name that. I want our trainings, whatever the length of time that it needs to take, I think it should be one that is accessible to all commissioners and not based on prior information or proximity to the information.
That is a great point. Okay, so we will move forward and work. Chair Fortashari and I will work on the schedule over the next couple of weeks of the currently agendized meetings, and if need be, add additional time or go later into the evenings so that we can accommodate all of these requests. If we're feeling good about the document that came from line drawers and Stromwasser, Wucher, and Mr. Becker, I think we can move on to the playbook. So if the Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Turner want to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. So we'll be turning our attention to what's the third handout for today. I apologize that the naming is very confusing. Indeed, you had these two different subcommittees working on these matters, and this whole week it, developed in a very fluid and complicated manner. So we do have these separate documents, even though they address overlapping concerns. I think the goal eventually is to merge everything into something called the mapping playbook, and that will be the full merged plan. But for now, we have these variously named documents, and I apologize that it is a bit confusing. So with the mapping playbook subcommittee, Commissioner Turner and I worked on, we're not ready to present the whole thing to you yet. There is a full draft, 2-page draft, but we've been advised to hold off on publicly discussing it until our legal team has had a chance to look through it. And also we are receiving some further comments from Ms. McDonald as well. So we're waiting to do all of that before publicly discussing the full document. So what I'd like to do now is just give you an overview of it. Since we're picking up the pace here, it would be great to get some of these thoughts into our minds collectively, some of the questions that the document opens, and start thinking about them. We don't necessarily have to settle anything today, although any progress we make towards that would certainly be helpful. So let me share screen and walk you through this. Okay. So these are selected discussion items. I have the full outline for you here, but not all the details. So the full draft document currently is about 2 pages long. So this is about half of the full document. So the goal here is to get a set of mapping policies and strategies together before we actually start mapping, partly just to give us direction and answer questions that we'll have to answer at some point along the way in any case. And the other reason is to have policies in place before we start looking in detail and making decisions about different COI input submissions and so forth, so that we are not cherry picking based on just whatever criteria each of us has. Can I enlarge a bit? Let's think. Can I? Go. Okay. So point one, population data, all mapping based exclusively on the California Redistricting Database that statewide database will provide to us. This answers the question, some may ask, can we adjust, based on more recent developments or so forth? The answer will be no. Everything will be based on that redistricting database. 2 are 6 statutory criteria. Equal population, number 1. Number 2, VRA compliance. Of course, we are responsible for Section 2. VRA subcommittee is recommending that we also make a good faith effort to meet Section 5, non-retrogression standards. As you know, those are currently not being enforced after the 2013 Shelby decision. Nevertheless, to meet those standards may well be a good idea for at least 2 reasons. Number 1, it's just a good idea to support voting rights in that manner. Number 2, as you know, HR 4, the John Lewis Act, is still in Congress, still hanging in the balance. If it does pass, it will reintroduce some of these VRA enforcement provisions. And so why not be in line with those if they were to come back into play through our work? So, but that we need to discuss further with our VRA council and see if that intention and that language makes sense and whether it's something we actually do want to commit ourselves to. Contiguity, so to observe that, 1 point is to never use point contiguity. That's if you have 2 districts and they just touch at a point like that. Does that count? And the policy will be no, that does not count. You cannot just have point contiguity in creating a district. It has to be more than that. D, communities of interest. Okay, so D1, this addresses the question, are we going to look at existing maps? Are we going to start with the existing maps? It also raises the question of whether we'll look at local maps, supervisorial districts, city council districts, local school districts, things like that. And so the thought we're proposing is that such districts absolutely reflect relevant COIs. That's why they were drawn, by somebody at some time, including our predecessors, the 2010 Commission. But they're not included in statutory considerations. The 6 criteria that are set out do not include a consideration of existing boundaries. So our thought is to vary how much to consider existing districts on a case-by-case basis, depending on such factors as population shifts, COI input, and VRA considerations. So to certainly have them on the table, but not to have any kind of one-size-fits-all. We always start with existing districts or a rule like that to consider them, but on a case-by-case basis. 2, the question that was just raised earlier. Okay, you have different, and the obvious question, if you have a different COI input submissions that disagree or even oppose each other, how do you weigh them? So here are some guidelines. Generally give greater weight to those that aid in satisfying other criteria, statutory criteria, other of the 6 criteria, especially higher ranked ones, or that seem to represent a larger segment of the community. That may be a subjective call. More closely fit the statutory COI definition, that whole long paragraph that sets out how to understand COIs, or are given by someone actually in that COI. There was a question at times, people giving COI input about places near where they live, or maybe not even near where they live, somewhere other than where they live, to give somewhat more weight to COIs given by submissions given by people living in those ways. Number 3, the question of how to count or weigh the number of submissions for a given COI. And this is really tricky because obviously it means something if a community is organized and gets lots of people to call in, or a particular community-based organization is well organized and well motivated, or there are just lots of people in a particular community of interest that have strong feelings. That actually obviously counts for something. On the other hand, one lone submission by someone in an otherwise not highly organized COI could count for a lot. There's really no telling. Meanwhile, organizations that have organized call-in efforts, they come in all flavors, and needy neighborhoods, business interests, so on and so on. So how do you weigh one against the other? So the thought is that COI inputs are not votes. We're not just counting numbers and making decisions that way, but they are in the end aids to identify and define COIs, right? No matter how many or how few submissions we get. Therefore, quantities, whether many or few, should be duly considered but are not decisive. So that's our thought at the moment. Then number 4, it may be helpful to supplement COI testimony with research, from other sources other than testimony. Chatting with Ms. McDonald a bit about this, and she notes that there are of course tons of data out there from all kinds of sources, including American Community Survey and so forth, but that it's very uneven and sometimes less accurate than you would think, or more dated than you would think, and so to be used only with great care. There's also the thought, of course, of traveling and visiting some of these places in person and getting information and impressions that way. In the end, COI testimony alone may or may not be sufficient to define a given COI. Just this morning or earlier, we talked a little bit about Indian reservations in the south part of the state and not getting many COI submissions from that, and maybe being motivated to do more research. And so, directing our outreach team to fill in some of those gaps that we have in data and getting more information out. Okay, so that's number 4. Number 5, compactness, of course, and number 6, nesting. Okay, the other big area of discussion, probably mapping sequence. So looking at the 2010 experience and chatting with our line drawers, this is our proposal. Now the question is how to merge this with the line drawing phases document that we just looked at. And the answer is, I don't know. It's not at all clear in my mind how we merge these two, how to sequence it out. But the thought here on this side of this part of the playbook is to start with VRA districts, and those would be for the Congressional Assembly and Senate districts, and maybe even plan to put out our first official draft maps on those districts. First official draft maps do not have to be for the whole state. It could be just for VRA districts. That's a possibility. From there to go to the assembly districts, since that's the largest number of districts, the smallest districts, and so will involve the most detailed considerations of communities and boundaries. Working generally from north to south is the thought. Then go from there to the Senate districts, half as many of those. Then the Board of Equalization districts. The 2010 report recommended or reminded, don't forget those. Apparently that that was had to be a catch for their process, making sure there was enough time for that. That could probably be done, in a day or two, maybe, is the thought, but to make sure there's time for that. And then the congressional districts. So that's a thought. A lot of different reasons for doing things in different orders, but this is one way that seemed to make sense. Okay, so that's the draft so far. Let me stop share. And again, not trying to nail down any of this yet, but certainly prepared to try to make some progress and get us closer to a final playbook. Okay, I see Commissioner Ahmed and then Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee, for that overview. Just a quick question. I've heard redistricting being talked about as starting in LA and then kind of spilling outward. So can you talk a little bit about the context behind starting generally north from south versus the whole starting from LA and spilling outward theory? I just need a little bit more clarification around those two approaches.
Excellent question.
If you have them.
Yeah, I really don't actually. I mean, that was something that came from 2010. I didn't quite understand it myself, other than just mentally starting with one and going down. I mean, we are required to number from north to south. So starting, it just mentally seemed more tidy, but in fact, it may not be the way to go. So we can certainly keep that on the table. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, and thank you for to the committee for putting this thoughtful piece together. I was just curious on on the contiguity portion where it says, and you don't have it up, but it's never essentially never doing the point contiguity aspect of it. And I'm just wondering the thought process around that. Is it because the previous commission did that, or is there a legal basis for that, or what's the thought process around that in terms of limiting our options?
I just did a bit of research into what's considered best practice, and of course it has been done, but it's looked at with suspicion because of course it opens up all kinds of possibilities for gerrymandering, right? So, but it is something that we could research more, definitely.
And that's helpful. I mean, I think, it's the risk aspect of it. There's there's risk to the maps, and that's one of the reasons why this is potentially why we would do that. So I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a question of whether it would fall outside traditional redistricting practices, which is a phrase you hear a lot. So,
thank you,
Commissioner Vasquez.
So we are
I'm
up
sorry.
against break at this point. So we're gonna have to take 15, and we'll get to the questions when we get back.
Very good.
Well, welcome back, California. We will continue on our discussion of the playbook, and I will turn it back over to Commissioner Yee to facilitate the questions.
Thank you, Chair. Want to emphasize that the selected discussion items, the handout that you're looking at that we posted today, is just initial thoughts. These are not decided policies. These are not, this is not the playbook yet. These are just the draft thoughts for discussion at this point, early point in developing the playbook. And in that light, in a moment, I'll defer to Commissioner Turner, my fellow mapping playbook subcommittee member, for any comments she has. And then we will take any really brief further questions that are just you're really stuck on, but not really try to pursue details of this draft at this point until we've had further discussions with the council and so on. So, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. Actually, I think you're doing a great job, and just again wanting to call attention to the top of that document that says draft. This is solely to get kind of some of the creative juices going, possibilities of what could be, and so not at all to determine what's going to happen. So we have to start somewhere. So we're just starting broad. Certainly we'll take any, we have taken notes to some of your initial thoughts, but at this point we're wanting to just kind of give you a teaser of where we are, and we will get more information and we'll be back in our upcoming meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Kutagawa, question?
It's okay, I'll pass.
Okay, thanks. Okay, anything else that needs to be said right now? Commissioner Kennedy.
So are we, Commissioner Turner just said, let's get the creative juices flowing. So are we to let go with these creative juices, or how are we proceeding?
Well, I probably shouldn't have said creative juices flowing. Maybe I should say we were just hoping to awaken your creativity for our future meetings.
Right. So we will next revisit this. We'll have a further revision, and then and next revisit it in a public discussion on the 15th probably, or the 17th. So your creative juices, make notes on those and be prepared for that discussion.
All right, the agenda for the 15th, 17th, 18th is going to be packed. So come ready and come juiced, obviously.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Oh, sorry, so sorry.
Commissioner Ahmed had a question about sort of the thinking, an issue we've discussed, or at least I know that has been brought up before, about sort of where to start, and was just going to respond that I think if my memory serves me correctly, the thinking that has been proposed about where to start is, depending on where you start, your choices get more limited as you move through decision making. So LA being really populous, Southern California in particular being really populous, that in terms of sort of where to start, the thinking is potentially if you start in a really populous area, you have more flexibility. As you start making decisions, you necessarily make trade-offs and limit those decisions outward. So starting north to south may potentially tie our hands more than we would like as we go south.
Good thought. Thank you. Okay, that's all we have. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think the final piece that we had to discuss for today was a document proposal from the line drawing subcommittee on the district map, the public map input, I think is what we've landed on as a title. And that document is also posted. Would it be helpful if I share my screen on that? Yes, maybe. Let's see here. Okay. So maybe I'll start us off, and then Commissioner Anderson, do you want to jump in and share a little bit more? We were asked to take on the issue of people submitting draft maps. So the purpose here is really to receive input on district ideas from the community. We have had several conversations actually about this with the line drawing team, how it was run in 2010, kind of what the values of having the ideas from the public could be. And so we've written out kind of this full background here for your review and consideration, very similar to how we have received COI input, right? And we have had both the option for folks to submit COI input through the COI tool, general, public comment that they could submit a letter about their community of interest, as well as an opportunity for them to come and share their communities of interest before the commission in a live session. And so that's the purpose of this proposal, is starting to think about what that might look like if we were to do it. And we have received numerous requests from the public to define what those periods might look like, or to at least to host them. So this is our attempt to do that. What we decided, some of the things that we have discussed, is that it's really important to have equity through this process, to make sure anyone that wants to submit a district map has the opportunity to do so within the amount of time, at least, that we're going to a lot for these. And anyone at any point can, of course, always submit through the redistricting mapping tool that the statewide database is putting out. Because we don't have a clear sense of exactly what kinds of submissions people would want to necessarily submit, we broke it down into small, medium, and large sized submissions, where a small submission would be about 1 to 3 districts. A medium submission would be somewhere between 4 to about 20, right? So something more like a region. You want to cover Los Angeles or the Central Valley. It might be more than 3 districts, but not necessarily the whole state. And then finally, large submissions, which would be 1 map statewide. So either Assembly or Congress or Board of Equalization, et cetera. And we've put some rough timings that we thought might be associated with that. Just like with the COI input sessions, we anticipate that this would require using an appointment system. People would need to send us their maps in advance so that we could see them. And as it relates to actually thinking through the specifics of how all of the system would work, we would ask for staff to figure out a lot of those details in terms of the appointment system and making sure that people are registered and have the necessary information. Commissioner Anderson, do you have any other, what have I missed?
Yes, yeah, I do. Okay, this is, essentially there are 2 phases of public input. And we've been we're just kind of finished up the first phase. It was just basically the COI input. And that was all before the official California database, redistricting database is released. Once that's released, then we'll sort of moving into phase 2, which is we'll still be receiving COI, I'm quite sure, but we'll also be receiving people's ideas about mapping. Whether it be, they want to do a particular district, they don't like something about something we're doing, it'll be like that. And so this is we have to figure out how to actually frame and organize those meetings, realizing that we'll probably get maps in, we could get, all sorts of different things coming in during those meetings. This particular document, however, is actually laying out a really specific for the 3rd week of October, which is the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. We're actually proposing, rather than waiting until our draft maps are out and then collecting public input, we're saying during our visualization, this iterative process that we talked about previously, during that, we're actually going to take 3 days, and it'll be very, very organized, appointment only, but to collect the map ideas from the public, which, as we all know, there are a lot of groups that have been following us and have been prepared to do this and willing to work with us, trying to work with us. These are our, all sorts of different people are interested in doing this. And this would be a time to get those ideas as we're looking at the whole thing, as we're creating our first draft map. And that's kind of the point we need to discuss first. Like, do we like that idea? Do we not like that idea? There are pros and cons. Well, actually, I thought there were pros and cons to both. It turns out they're really mostly just pros because, and I'll ask Commissioner Sadwani to go a little bit more into the particulars of that. But and so what this particular document is this is an attempt on those 3 days, how we would run getting this input. And these would be for maps only. It would not be for COI during this point. And then depending on how that goes, then we can modify and tweak how we do the remaining public input from then on, depending on like, oh boy, that didn't work, or that really did work. So so I'd kind of like you to look at this document with, we want to refine a couple of things, but it's also it's like an intro. But I think the first point we should talk about is, do we like the idea of doing it during our process of creating the draft maps? Then this would be particularly for these 3 days. And then we have okay, after that fact, we can sort of kind of go, okay, now we have, how do we want to change that? So those are kind of 3 different sort of things I think we should try to frame this discussion about this document. How did that, Commissioner Sadwani, that kind of help a little bit?
Yes, definitely. I think that was great. Shall we jump into questions, comments, considerations? I think one of the key questions and pieces that we need to finalize is, as of right now, we have reserved the dates on our calendar, but we haven't actually had that conversation here as a commission if this is what we want to do. And so we certainly want to make this time and space for that. Commissioner Fernandez. And I'm going to stop sharing screen just so I can see everybody.
Thank you. And thank you for putting this together. This is very helpful. I just had a clarification, just a couple things. Again, these meetings will only be if they have a maps. They have to have a complete district map, correct? And then the second piece of it was when we've got potential associations that submit 4 to 20 districts or even multiple districts. I mean, how does each district map then go into our database as a singular community of interest? And that's my assumption, is that it would. So if somebody comes forward with 52 congressional districts, then it would be 52 communities of interest that would be entered into our database. And the reason I'm asking this is because when we move forward and we start drawing lines, we want to make sure we have all of that information, right? All of our communities of interest plus the different district maps that were submitted to us, instead of having to look at some other place. So I'm just confirming or trying to clarify if that's the intention here. But thank you very much for putting this together.
Yeah, I think, well, Sarah, are you there? I thought you froze for a minute. Commissioner Fernandez, I think that's a very, very good question. And basically, we are going to get actual training on this. You know how we've had the COI tool and we had training on the COI tool? We are going to get training on the redistricting tools that the statewide database has put out. And the difference with that tool, their tool, similar to the COI tool, it actually has, you can draw the maps, you can draw whatever kind of map you want. You can also document what you're talking about, why you have it together, which most redistricting software, it's just a map. Then you have to do a separate document. This will include that. Also, it will go directly into the commission and then go into our database. So which every other way it will be submitted to the commission, via email, via something like that, and then we will take the documents and add them to our database. So, but they will be, if someone submits, if they say it's a PDF, it could be one little area, it could be an entire state. It depends on what they want to submit. That's what will be the document that is in our database. And when we go to look at them, we'll look at them as how they fit in whatever area we're looking at.
Okay, I see Commissioners Sinai and Kennedy.
Thank you again for these great documents. It really is helpful. And I completely support the recommendation to do it in the middle of the process, because, doing it at the beginning, no, let us look at the maps first. Don't taint us. And then doing it at the end, we may feel too rushed to even listen. So I definitely appreciate having it in the middle of the process. So thank you. My only question, and maybe it's similar to Alicia's, but these are the little minutiae that sometimes, that it's like, wait, do we really need to talk about it or not? But when we're talking about large submissions, and people have 30 minutes. Yeah, the association has 30 minutes. If it's a collaborative map, and they're doing it for the whole state for all 4 different district maps that we need to do. So 100, what was it, Commissioner Kennedy? 182, 172, 75.
176.
If they're submitting 176 map, do they get 30 minutes for the state senate, and then another 30 for state assembly, or is it 30 minutes for their entire map for all four visions? And if it is collaborative, can they say Association A is going to take 30 minutes, Association B is, or is it the same map? So I think it's important for us to just clarify that it's 30 minutes per map presented versus 30 minutes per organization presenting a map.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, we actually went back and forth on this one. We thought about an extra large submission as well, as a possibility, that to include all 4 maps. It just kind of gets complicated. So I think we're open to discussion and suggestion there about how much time is actually needed. And I think regardless of how much time that we give for any one of these submissions, there's not going to be enough time for anyone to go census block by census block to tell us exactly why they did what they did. But with their submission, they can of course provide like a written document with their reasons for it. And my understanding from Jamie Clark has been that in the statewide database redistricting tool, they will actually be able to provide additional input beyond what was in the COI tool, to provide kind of their justification for why they think this is the perfect district. So yes, I think we're certainly open to adjustments and talking through the timings and how all of that works. We just kind of wanted to put something on paper to get us going.
Sorry, you want mute. Do you want Commissioner Kennedy or Commissioner Turner? Kennedy.
Sorry about that.
Thanks. Yeah, on this number of districts, if we're talking 1 to 3 districts, if that's assembly, senate, and congressional for 1 point in California, I would anticipate we're going to have quite a few of those, and I think particularly having had 35 community of interest input sessions, averaging 38 individuals per session, I think that 3 days of this is not going to be nearly enough. And I know that they have other options, but we've also been saying all along that nothing will get people engaged more than the existence of actual maps. And once somebody puts a map on the table, somebody else is going to want to put a map on the table. And I think we need to dedicate more time to this. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy, I might jump right in. These 3 days are just during the process as we're creating our first draft map. Then, yes, where there will be a lot more time. Then we'll have the public input. We'll have to have more public input meetings. But these are for these particular days.
But at that later point, they're going to be reacting to our maps. And that's something different from them presenting their own maps.
That's a very good point. And that's something, do we want to just have, do we want to draw our own maps and then let people talk? Do they want to just not present, don't do anything, just let everyone present state maps? This is the question that we want to talk about. The line drawing subcommittee thought a nice balance would be we are drawing our maps and then we're getting some input from the other groups. And then we'll hear from everybody after the map. So it's a partial during the process. That was the proposal. So, but that's what this discussion is all about.
That's absolutely right. I just want to chime in really quickly and just say that, and absolutely, after the draft maps, we're certainly going to go out there, and I would definitely encourage the public outreach committee to start thinking about what that might look like. Is it only response to the maps, or are there additional draft map? You know, can people also come in and share their draft maps? What does that look like? Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. I like the timing that you have presented, the subcommittee has presented, but I also appreciate in advance any group that's going to submit. And so I like the timing per map, as opposed to now insisting that people have to somehow cram it all in. I think that I would want the detail of how they came up with a statewide map. And I think 30 minutes is a good time to be able to share that. And I don't know if we're ready for that part of the conversation or not, but I'm hoping we have that so broad and allow the people to kind of weigh in the manner that you've outlined it, so that later we are looking for reactions to our maps. I'm trying for us to continue to get new suggestions, new ideas after this long process, particularly if we have not shortened it or we have not excluded people from the opportunity. I'd love to open the doors and get it now. And then once we start putting out draft maps, I would like for people to respond to the maps that we put out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I was just going to echo what Commissioner Kennedy said. I do think we need more time, especially if, I can't remember if it was NALEO that said they were the only ones that drew complete maps last time, but theoretically you could have, that could be an hour and a half, right? If you do an hour and a half of your day by just one organization or association presenting their assembly, their Senate, and their congressionals. And that's just associations. If we have individuals or some other groups, I don't think 3 days will be enough. I also feel that the example that you gave in terms of the third, how you broke down the day, the 1:45 to 3:15 was clarification to line drawers as needed. I think we're going to need that for presentations as well. So I'm just trying to think of where to put more time for the presentations. That was my only, and then I also agree that doing it right now or doing it in the middle is a good way to do it. You get some of the information before you actually send out your drafts, instead of receiving everything, as reactionary after we issue the initial draft maps. Thank you.
Okay, some good ideas there. I'm looking just in order of the hands that have been raised. Commissioner Kennedy, followed by Sinai and Toledo.
Thank you. Following up on Commissioner Fernandez's comment about the schedule, at least for Thursday, the 21st, and also trying to be responsive to Commissioner Vasquez's wisdom about giving people time outside of working hours. What I might suggest for that Thursday, and potentially as a model for other days, is a first session from 9:30 to 11, half-hour break, second session from 11:30 to 1, then take a break of some sort from 1 to 4. That could include some informal discussion about clarification to the line drawers, whatever, or just having that time for things that we need to get done during our day. But then come back with another session from 4 to 5:30, a dinner break 5:30 to 6:30, and a final session from 6:30 to 8. Of course, understanding that depending on public comment and so forth, that could go a bit later. But I'd like to break the day up a little bit, since we will be facing some long days, be responsive to those who aren't going to be able to participate during a standard business day. So just wanted to throw those ideas out on the table. Thank you.
That sounds great. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, again, in the report from 2010, one of the things I found interesting was that they said that they spent a lot of time trying to define associations, businesses, groups who would be able to submit these big maps or district maps or whatever. And in the end, they didn't really need it, that there weren't as many people as people thought there would be that would present it. And so my recommendation is that we stick to the schedule that, I mean, you can modify it as Commissioner Kennedy has said, but we don't add extra days unless we need extra days, and I know it sounds like, well, how are we going to do that with the 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 10 days, whatever, the number of days we need to set up agendas. But just to be careful that as Commissioner Ahmed is very good at reminding me, don't make an issue where, we don't know if that's going to be a problem or not. And according to 2010, they thought it was going to be a big issue, and it wasn't. So 3 days sounds really doable, the way it was presented. So thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Toledo?
I just want to thank the committee for their work on this. It's very thoughtful, very thorough. I would, if I'm at this point, I would motion to accept at least the dates, the October 21st, 22nd, 23rd dates, with the possibility of expanding as needed or extending as needed if we need an additional date. But starting off with those 3 dates, with the possibility of extending if we needed it.
Is that an official motion?
Yes, I'm motioning to accept the date proposed by the committee, with the caveat that we allow for adding additional dates if we needed it.
I can second.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, but we also have a whole lot of hands up. So let's get through some of those comments before we tackle the motion and take a vote or go to public comment. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I want to build off of what Commissioner Sinai just said. I'm wondering, well, one, I'll just start with just the number of groups. I'm wondering if it's possible to put an initial call out, because I think the groups that likely would be interested in it is going to be, they're going to know in advance of October 21st. And I think, if we could put an initial call out, it would help us to understand whether or not we need to add the extra dates. I also liked what Commissioner Kennedy did say also about allowing some time for us to regroup as a commission and just not do straight presentation after presentation without having some opportunity to discuss the presentations. The other thought I have, and I'd be interested to hear what others would say, is, I think at the end of the day, we're never going to have enough time for everybody to give their full presentation. And I think, putting some time limits like we've done with the COI inputs may not be unreasonable, because ultimately, and I'm thinking about some of the COI inputs that we got, I think it was on, I want to say Thursday, where some people said they wanted to give their verbal testimony, but that they would follow up with their written testimony because it was just going to be much more detailed and longer than they wanted to either give or had the time available to go into a fuller explanation, and it was easier done in writing. And so I suspect that that's probably going to be the same with some of these, district and statewide and regional maps. And I'm wondering if it's reasonable to limit that time anyway, and then ask people to submit in writing, and that, if there are additional questions, because they're going to be very distinct groups and individuals, we can also follow up, versus like the COI inputs, we allow that anonymity. And so that may be also another way to manage the time, so that then you keep people focused on what they want to present. It's like anything, all of us given more time, we'll just fill the time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to add more to the testimony. So Just wanted to put that out there as well too for consideration.
So just to clarify, maybe I missed it, Commissioner Kutagawa, are you suggesting actually limiting the time a little bit more?
I don't necessarily have a specific amount of time, but I am suggesting, yes, that we do look at, is the time too much? Is it enough? Is it just right? I'm not really sure, but I think that I think it's okay. For me, I think it's okay that we would limit the time because I think people will fill up the time, but I also believe that the organizations who likely would submit will also be doing so in writing. And so there may be additional information that they may choose to just add in writing, but they may want to give the highlights of their district maps, and that may be enough for us because honestly, I think we'll need to still see it in writing too.
I would tend to agree with you on that. And just one point of clarification that individuals can also submit their district maps. But yes, of course, we anticipate organizations doing so. I see Director Kaplan.
Hi, and I don't know if this is too early in the discussion, but I just also wanted to highlight it will be helpful for the staff to get a sense of when you want to open up appointments. And also just looking through the current appointment system that we're using, if you're thinking to split up the days based on the different type, like a day for 8-minute appointments and a day for 30-minute appointments. And if not, we'll need to work with the subcommittee to figure out, just given the system that we do have, which is a Google form, how are we really able to differentiate with the different times and have it set automatically to just reduce staff time and coordinating that. So we can work with the subcommittee on that as well.
That sounds great. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, I would, based on Commissioner Toledo's suggestions and Commissioner Kutagawa's suggestions, I think we need to open the appointments for those days ASAP to get an idea. I agree with Director Kaplan. Maybe we can, not by day, but at least by appointment block, set aside an appointment block for this type, an appointment block for that type, maybe as a way of making it easier on staff. But I would say let's get this open as soon as possible. And if there is intense interest in it, then we can move to scheduling additional days. Alternatively, we could put out some sort of survey and just ask, what do individuals and groups want without it being a formal appointment system initially. But I would say let's get moving on this as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, I actually just wanted to clarify. This would be for appointments only, not like our communities of interest where people could still call in and if we had time. So if somebody has an appointment and they don't show up, then we'll just have that extra time. Is that correct?
That is correct. And a part of that, okay, we did think through things like sharing screens and all of those kind of best practices that we already adopted. So if someone's going to present to us, they'll have to have their map ready in advance and send it to us. So we wouldn't be able to take people on the fly, if you will. So we would only open up for general public comment at the end. And I think as Commissioner Kennedy has kind of pointed to, and others as well, once we open an appointment system, we'll get a better sense of what the demand is for these appointments.
And then just my second thing was, when I did say that I felt we would probably need more time, I didn't necessarily mean additional days. I just meant to open up that third block of time in the meeting days. So thanks.
You bet. Thank you. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Definitely love the idea of opening appointments now, but also I think we should close them after a time so that for those that know they're going to be submitting maps, that'll be a signal for us. It'll let us know how long those days need to be. So yes, let's open it, but let's not leave it open-ended so that for organizations that want to submit, they know they need to get them in. And it would still be early enough. They could still be working on them. They just need to be completed by that time period. But yes, I think open and close. And these will be submitted in writing in whatever system they used. I'm certain they're going to be sending them to us in writing. I want to hear how they came up with the map. I want to know, who was involved, where did people come from, where did they live? So for me, information like that is what makes it valuable to hear from these organizations. I want to know, did they get this information by polling individuals that actually participated in the process, or were these experts that just feel they know the region and so that information matters to me. So in addition to, I expect them to submit, I want to hear how they created what they submitted.
I think that makes a lot of sense and like really good guidance then to, for folks who are going to come to present on where they should focus their time, right? I think that makes a lot of sense. Other thoughts? We've had a really robust and great discussion here. We do have a motion on the table to adopt these dates.
Sorry, I definitely want to say something just a little bit. These dates are there. Remember, we're trying to put, we don't know when our draft maps are going to be due. So the idea that we'll just extend this time period for an unknown amount of time could be a bit of a problem. So I just want to bring that forward. The motion has an extend dates as needed. This is in the middle of our trying to put together draft map dates. So I don't know if we're thinking of how long we're planning on doing that, or if that's going to be left to the subcommittee to work out further, or I just want a little bit more direction on that, the thinking in that in the motion, please.
Commissioner Turner, is that a response?
Yes, kind of, and I'll second the motion, but I think that directive will come when we open the appointments and then put a close on it. It will give us an idea. I don't think we're talking about extending it open-ended, but we just do want to kind of advertise, get the information out that this is what we're looking for. And I think we can gauge it from there as far as what will be needed. And I second Commissioner Toledo's motion.
Am I correct to think that there's general agreement to adopt something similar to what Commissioner Kennedy had laid out of like long days? I think that big questions there will be videography and ASL and those kind of pieces. And I think we would have to figure that out. But to have these very long days from 9:30 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, I think it was, with a break in between where we were working with the line drawer. The line drawer, I will say, in a previous draft of this document, we did have the afternoon session as for presentations, but in talking more with the line drawing team, they felt it really necessary to have some time each day where we can provide additional direction to the line drawing team if we hear something that's interesting, right? Or if we hear something that we would want to have adopted in the visualizations. So I just want to get a sense as we are moving this forward, if we're adopting these dates, are we doing so with the intention of these longer days? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, for me personally, I would prefer it just to be either from 9:30 to 4:30, or if you want it to be from 12 to 8, but having that little block of time in between both sessions, for me personally, it kind of blocks out the whole day for commission, and which is fine if there's something happening in between. But for me personally, I think it'd be more efficient to just have it at consecutive time.
Any other thoughts? Oh, Commissioner Chair Fornashari.
Can't find my mouse pointer. Thank you. Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Fernandez on that, and I would be fine with moving that meeting to the afternoon into the evening. that's fine. But we do need to talk about and think about, videographers and costs like that, and how to manage that. And that, if we go more than 8 hours, and we're into overtime, and lining up folks. But I am supportive of starting the meeting later and having it go into the evening, to accommodate folks who can't come during the day. That's all.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Question, I know that the legislation to extend the Bagley-Keene suspension, or so that we could have these Zoom meetings, basically has, been placed on the governor's desk for signature. Are we talking about in-person meetings for this, or are we also talking about a Zoom meeting? Because I think, I'll be honest, I think it just, that would also, determine what makes sense too, so.
In the document, we laid out that regardless of whether the, what happens with Bagley-Keene, that we would try to host the appointments virtually. And, certainly we will figure out based on what comes of that bill or any other executive orders. But my sense is that it would be virtual. Commissioner Fornaciari?
I'll pass.
Okay, great. So, Commissioner Turner.
I was just going to say, I like the 9:30 to 4:30, the earlier hours.
That's helpful feedback, and we'll try to work with Alvaro and Marcy and everyone on the staff, and also just figure out what's feasible. Of course, as we all know, we have a lot of other personnel that would be involved in this, so I'm not sure what is or is not possible when it comes to extending and having 12-hour meetings. So we will work on that and get back. But I think at this point, the motion on the table deals with the dates. I think we could certainly move forward with that. I don't know if Alvaro has the exact language, Commissioner Toledo or Alvaro. Director Hernandez, sorry.
We also have Commissioner Vasquez.
Oh, sorry about that. Commissioner Vasquez, thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone knows where I land, but I really just think that the more we can extend into the evening, the better. I feel like it's more community accessible that way. And I also feel like it's really important to me to have community and commissioners sort of in consensus, and that hopefully staff will then be able to accommodate our vision. So understanding it may be additional cost. I'm not sure I'm completely sold on, a very long 12-hour day, but if, sort of gauging on interest from the community, I think it's a great idea to put a call out and see like who exactly could we be expecting. I would be more inclined to sort of extend the day to accommodate as many people as possible, because, we're community servants. And so I would just like to encourage staff to think about how we can accommodate the communities and the commission's vision and not be so limited to, I would ask staff to figure it out because I want to figure it out.
Absolutely. I think that's totally fair point. And as of right now, what was proposed, and we don't have to stick to that at all, but was one daytime, one nighttime, and one Saturday. Trying to have that in mind, that it would hopefully hit different, folks during different times that work for them. Because also for some folks that this is their job, if they're from an organization, sometimes daytime is better. But in any case, we can figure that out. And I think staff will be amazing at helping us figure out all of those details. Commissioner Toledo, did you have the wording for the motion?
Sure. Let's see. Motion to accept the dates in the draft map presentation document, October 21st, 22nd, 23rd. I think we just need to add a clause about with the ability to extend as needed or as practicable if Commissioner, because I do understand Commissioner's point about making Commissioner Anderson's point about not, that we have to have some kind of cutoff. It has to be a reasonable amount of time after the 23rd, if needed.
Perfect.
Commissioner Toledo.
I don't know if that addresses Commissioner Anderson's point, but I'm trying to be reasonably practicable.
Yeah. Thank you. I think it does. The idea is, remember, this is just to get a flavor of what people are saying to us during the presentation. It isn't to get hear from absolutely everybody, because that can't happen. Unless we, want to take 3 weeks to hear from everybody. So that was the kind of idea. So I think that does, and also it gives us the wiggle room in case what the Supreme Court says.
Okay, I think before.
And thank you.
I think unless there's any more comments, and I'm not seeing everybody, but I think we need to take public comment before we go to a vote. Katie, are you there?
I am, Chair. There they are. I haven't got to use my instructions all day. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment for the motion on the floor for the dates in October. To call in, dial a telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 832-6735-0679 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume. And we do not have anyone in the queue at this time, and we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Okay, sounds good. Chair, I think after this, I think we're done. I don't know if there's any final comments or considerations. But I think we will want to take a final public comment as well. General public comment. I'm not sure if this counts.
The instructions are complete on the stream, Chair, and we do not have anyone in the queue at this time.
Okay, sounds like we can go for the vote.
Very well, we'll begin the vote now. Motion to accept the dates in the draft public map presentation document with the ability to extend as reasonably practicable. Motion made by Commissioner Toledo and seconded by Commissioner Sinai. We'll begin the vote. Commissioner Ahmad?
Yes.
Commissioner Kudogawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Commissioner Fornashari, sorry about that.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamont? Commissioner Sarwani?
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Sorry, I was slow. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
and Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, Alvaro. Oh, Commissioner Lamont.
Oh no, we can't hear you again.
He voted
Can you go
yes.
thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay. Does that count as a vote?
I can accept
Yes.
it as a
Yes,
vote.
it can, yeah.
There we go. Council says it does.
Very well. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Alvaro. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I just wanted to check. Commissioner Sinai, did you second that before me, or was that me that seconded? Okay. I seconded, but I didn't recognize it had already been seconded. I just wanted to make sure for the record.
Yeah, I had seconded, but I don't know if
Oh, that's fine then. Nope, that's good. Thanks.
Okay, so we will take this back and continue to work on finalizing all of the more direct details with staff in terms of developing an appointment system that might make some small changes to the timings and such things as we think about actually scheduling out those appointments and the necessary breaks. And we'll take a look to ensure that we're trying to identify times that are scattered between evenings and days and maximize as much time as possible. But if it's okay with everyone, we'll try and work that out with staff and have them help lead this process on the logistics. And with that, I think that's all we have. So I'll pass it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani and the line drawing team. I know that was a lot of work that you've put forward. Let me see if I can fix my screen a little bit. And, I'm not trying to distance myself from the commission. I just had to rearrange my office with my son in town. Let's see. I want to thank everyone for all the great work today. Our outreach staff, the line drawing team, really helpful. I do want to circle back though to an issue or a topic that Commissioner Kennedy brought up regarding the final report and drafting, beginning to who is going to draft the final report and who's going to begin to do it. So I believe his question is that the responsibility of the line drawing team or someone else? And so I see Sarah shaking her head. The line drawing team has way enough on their plate right now. So I think it needs to be. So my thought is it needs to be someone else. I feel like Jane is ready, or Commissioner Anderson is ready to raise her hand. So Commissioner Anderson.
I am going to just say, I completely agree. The line drawing team, I believe, subcommittee should be assisting in the details of portions of this report, as you know, like the fact kind of portion of it, but certainly does not have the bandwidth to develop the bulk of the report. And I also feel it's a commission report. It should not be from I don't mean to put words in Commissioner Sadwani's mouth, but I mean from she and I, because we can certainly put down the fact portion of this is why that line went like this. You know, if you read the last year's report, there are some details in there which certainly would come from the line drawing subcommittee, from the line drawers themselves, and that part we would oversee. But I certainly see and would like to see a few commissioners who have ideas, have been working on this, raise those hands to say about, writing the report. And I'll be the first to say, I'm not the one to do the writing. I'm a great one to edit, but not to do the original writing. So, and I thank you, Chair, for bringing that up.
Yeah, I think, and just to continue to follow on to Commissioner Kennedy's point, which I think is a very, very valid one, is beginning to draft the beginning portions of that report now, I think is a great idea. So I'm kind of feeling like we would need a new committee to volunteer to take the lead in drafting the report. Not that they have to draft the entire report, but certainly put the outline together, begin to draft the beginning, and then receive input from other and guidance from other folks as needed. But that's just my thought. So please let me know what you're thinking. Commissioner Sadwani.
I am not volunteering. I just wanted to offer that I do believe that a portion of the report at least is in the contract for the line drawer. So I just wanted to put that out there that whoever ends up being on this subcommittee should work very closely with them to bring this whole piece together. I'm pretty sure like the details about why we did what we did in each district actually comes from them, just as a report out of the conversation.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Are they going to do that for our draft maps too, or? I'm sorry, that just came to my mind.
Only final, but I could be wrong.
It's only final. Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's final. Yeah.
Okay, now I've got more hands than I can handle. I see Commissioner Kutagawa and then Yi. And then Fernandez.
Question. Based on what Commissioner Anderson just said, so are we talking about a super committee, or are we talking about just a regular committee of 2 commissioners? Because that's a lot of work to put on 2 commissioners. But I also realize that if you need more people, we are talking super committee.
Yeah, I think.
Could I go ahead and answer? What I was kind of thinking is it would be like, just an idea. And again, if other ideas, throw them out there. But I was thinking a subcommittee who would then say, great, and essentially assign out portions of it, would do the kind of overall, trying to put the whole thing together, writing portions. Like as Commissioner Sadwani said, yes, the line drawers are contracted to do their portion of it. But the subcommittee would be reviewing that and making sure that, yes, we indeed agree and say, yeah, here, bingo, this goes into that report. That's how I sort of see that. So it wouldn't be that these two, the report subcommittee would be writing the whole report. They would be, hey, we need a VRA section that you guys are going to help us with. And then, kind of like that is how I would envision that going on. And what kind of outreach do we do? Who's all the different components. As I see it, someone trying to write it all, put it all together, the synthesis, and many portions of which can be started now. But
so,
that was my.
I think that's. Thought. I think that's what we're figuring out right now, right? So I have Russell, Commissioner Yi. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested. I think Mapping Playbook will wrap up, sometime fairly soon. So I'll have time after that. And I'm motivated. But of course, happy to defer to others as well. One question, assigning, getting pieces from contractors is one thing. Would the subcommittee be able to get pieces from other commissioners? Or is that a Bagley-Keene issue?
Okay, good question. Commissioner Fernandez?
I just spoke to my fellow subcommittee on materials, and it would be something that we could take on as well. Under the materials, because apparently that's something that we really want to do.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that I wanted to say on this is I think the 2010 Commission has given us a good starting point. It's almost boilerplate. Most of the language, if we wanted to, could be used verbatim. I think I would like to go beyond some of what is there and provide additional detail, but particularly as far as a starting point and outline, a lot of the work the 2010 Commission has, in this case, left a very solid legacy to build on.
Commissioner Turner?
Thank you. I just wanted to name, and I think Commissioner Yi started down the path that for the subcommittees, I appreciate the amazing work that Commissioners Sadwani and Anderson is doing, but it's when if the line drawers, since they do not have time to work on it, it is problematic to have to run things through the line drawing subcommittee or have them comment on it or work with them. I just wanted to say that out loud because we do have to honor Bagley Keene, and it does slow the process or kind of halts the other decisions when you're not sure and you're getting direction from the line. So one thing to work with the line drawers, but the subcommittee line drawing team, we just have to be mindful of that and that it does cause issues for the other subcommittees.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other thoughts at this point? Well, just my reaction to the materials subcommittee volunteering my thought was to appoint this to that committee to begin with. Is that Commissioner Fernandez? I mean, are you really on board for this?
Oh yes, I'm on board. Yeah, and I believe Commissioner Kennedy's on board as well.
All right. Well, Commissioner Yee, I appreciate you volunteering. I'm just going to appoint it to the materials subcommittee at this point, since they're already up and running and been working together. So I'll leave it to you to think it through what you're going to do and come back. Well, you have an opportunity sometime next week to give an update on what you've thought through over the subsequent few days. So appreciate you volunteering and stepping up for this because it's going to be a chore. And, I think we'll all have an opportunity to go ahead and to provide input and feedback and our thoughts. So thank you guys. At this point, we need to take general public comment.
Absolutely. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking general public comment by phone. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 832-6735-0679. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions were read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And there is no one in the queue at this time, and we will let you know when the instructions are complete, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Just a few reminders for the public. Our next meeting will be the 15th, and the 15th and the 17th and the 18th. And during those meetings, we will continue to review COIs. We will begin to provide guidance to the line drawing team. As I mentioned, we will have a business meeting in there at some point, and Commissioner Sadwani and I will get together and put together a schedule that we'll publish to let the public and the commissioners know what that schedule is, just help everybody out in general. And I think that's all I had. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, Chair, do you want to update everyone on the conversations that we had? Remember at the last business meeting, there was a discussion about moving meetings for the week of the 20th. And we had talked about and kind of made a plan around a press release and et cetera. Do you want to just mention?
Right. Yeah. Well, so we talked about moving the meeting around, and it just the logistics were just a little complicated. So we left the meeting on the 23rd. We are going to do a press release on the 20th in conjunction with the statewide database. Okay, maybe you know better what we're going to do. I read the email, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think there was the thought was to coordinate more strategically with the statewide database so that we will know when it's about to go live and commissioners will be the first ones to know when it's up, and that Freddie could have a press release ready to go, and just press send once the that the database is live. And on the 23rd, we could still do the full training on and presentation of the data and the training on the redistricting mapping tool, which I believe is the name of it.
And we expanded the duration of the meeting on the 23rd. It was originally scheduled from 4 to 8, and we made it from 1 to 8 because we just have a lot to do. I'm so sorry if that messes up your calendars, but we'll do the best we can. So Katie, it doesn't look like we have any callers in the queue at this point.
We do not, Chair, and the instructions are complete.
Okay. Well, unless there's anything else, I want to thank everyone. Oh, Commissioner Sidwan.
I do have one other thing. I think Alvaro sent out an email. We have meetings scheduled for the 28th and the 29th. And just want to throw that out there if anyone is interested to come and join us in Sacramento for those meetings. Commissioner Fernandez is putting out some suggestions for possible places where we could go out for dinner on the 28th as many of us as possible, just as a social gathering. So I just wanted to give a shout out to that, and hopefully folks can mark their calendar. And if you're able and feel comfortable, then think about travel and how you might want to be willing to get there. I'm going to do my best to be there and would love to meet as many of you as possible.
That would be great. So I getting a message from Director Hernandez that the press release will go out either on the 20th or the 21st, depending on when the data is made available to the public. And we're coordinating this with the statewide database, and it's going to include information about the mapping tool. So our communications team is working closely with the statewide database to coordinate that. Well, with that, then we will adjourn this meeting. Can you get